Der Held und die
You're on a
Prinzessin.
path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Aha.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Oh. Oh. Oh mein Gott. Das Ende der Welt, was soll das heißen?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Hast du Beweise dafür?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
Was ist das für ein Argument? Auch wenn du schon mal hier bist, kannst du jemanden umlegen. Kriege ich denn eine Belohnung dafür?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Okay, das hört sich wie ein Scam an. Zuerst sagt er, ich muss die Welt retten und jetzt verspricht er mir auch noch eine Loot. Wie soll eine Prinzessin, die in einem Keller ist, die Welt zerstören?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Kann das nicht wer anderer machen? Wieso ich?
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Aha. Hast du schon mal dran gedacht, dass sie die Welt vielleicht nur zerstören will, weil sie eingesperrt ist?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Okay, reden wir wieder drüber, was ich bekomme.
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Blaue Drachenzungen? Zur Belohnung bekommst du einen Prozess. Genau, ich komme in den Knast. Gibt Grandmaster Edition nicht bei Instant oder Moga? Die brauchst du auch nicht. Grandmaster ist nur so, glaube ich, kosmetisches DLC und sowas. Was ich mir geholt habe, ist das Basisgame und die DLCs, die relevant sind sind Execution Force und Duty Eternal. Das sind die 2 mit Content. Also Basis-Game, Execution Force, Duty Eternal. Die Sachen. Das andere ist nur Trara. Was ist dann Castellan Edition? Keine Ahnung. Wie gesagt, ich habe mir zum Beispiel, ich habe das Duty Eternal nicht. Da tut man mit Dreadnoughts Sachen machen. Ich habe nur das Basis-Game und Execution Force. Execution Force kann ich empfehlen. Das sind die Assassinen, das ist richtig cool. Storm Eagle hat Duty Eternal. Da kann er dazu sagen, wie geil er es findet. Okay, wir gehen mal zur Hütte.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Frauen, hä? Spaß, Spaß. Es war nicht ernst gemeint. Bitte keine Clips. Ich will nicht in einem Shurioka-Video enden.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Pass auf, dann kommst du noch auf ihre Liste. Oh Gott.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Nimm die Klinge.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Ab in den Keller.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Oh Gott.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
War ich das?
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hallo, ich glaube, ich soll dich töten. Geh weiter die Treppe runter.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Oh nein.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
I mean... Oh Mann. gehst jetzt da runter und dann guckst du der Prinzessin in die Augen und dann stichst du sie ab. Ich habe mich noch nicht entschieden.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. But killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming.
Ja, ich weiß von nichts. Frankfurt. Ich lasse nicht mein Messer fallen. Ich bin stolzer Frankfurt.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
Hey, hey.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Base Game für 7,38. Easy, nice.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
Okay, wieso droht sie mir gerade?
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Ich werde die Klinge nicht fallen lassen.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Verdammt. Das habe ich nicht kommen sehen. Dann befinden wir uns wohl in einer Pattsituation.
I guess we are.
For the love of everything, just slay her already. Or drop the blade. Do something.
Bist du sicher, dass du nicht reden willst?
Yeah, I'm sure.
For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever.
Ich hab Zeit.
Something is going to give, and I highly recommend that you be the one to take the initiative.
Der Abend ist jung. Oh, come on. Uff. Also entweder ich lasse mein Messer fallen oder ich erschlage sie. Stech sie halt ab. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wer sie ist. Mir hat irgendein random Typ gesagt in meinem Kopf, dass ich sie abstechen soll. Da ist schon Unschuldiger auf dem Gewissen. Hey, was soll das jetzt heißen? Dein Kohl auch nicht mehr fett. Wow. In Elden Ring kennt man die Leute auch nicht. Ja, aber die kommen dann auf mich zu und wollen mich abstechen. Wobei, würde sie vielleicht auch tun, wenn sie nicht angekettet wäre. Sie ist auf jeden Fall sehr selbstsicher. Ich will echt nicht mein Messer fallen lassen. Das hört sich nach keiner guten Idee an. Ich will sie aber auch nicht einfach so abstechen. Warum nicht? Ja, aber warum schon? Der Typ hat nur gesagt, die Welt wird untergehen, wenn ich es nicht mache, und wenn ich es mache, kriege ich eine Belohnung. Weil es eine Quest ist vom Erzähler. Verdammt. Das ist tatsächlich gute Logik. Es ist eine Quest. Oh nein. Oh, wie viele Leute ich schon für Quests umgelegt habe. Wieder will sie anders slayen? Psst. Mach's nicht so offensichtlich. Abstechen ist bestimmt das gleiche, als Gregene im Spiel ganz am Anfang eine Pille geschluckt hat. Oh, das war funny, ja. Okay, ich lass die Klinge fallen. Ich will mit dir reden.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Was heißt hier, wir reden nur.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed.
Oh nein.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her.
Remember Rogue Trader?
Just make
Gott,
sure
ja.
you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Weißt du, warum ich dich töten soll?
Do you?
Nein, darum frage ich dich. Ich weiß, was man mir gesagt hat, aber ich weiß nicht, ob ich es glauben soll.
So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this isn't talking.
Da draußen gibt es Leute, die glauben, dass du die Welt zerstören willst. Was sagst du dazu?
Don't just tell her that.
Was denn?
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster?
Okay, mit dem Blick, ja.
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Ich hatte gehofft, das könntest du mir sagen.
Ending the world seems like an awful lot for just one person to do. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
Ist das so?
Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
Sie hat recht.
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
Wie heißt du?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Okay, wo ist das Messer? Ah, ich habe genug gehört.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
Nennen Sie Holger. Wie lange bist du schon hier unten?
Too long.
Unsere Beziehung?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
Ich werde nicht anfangen, sie rauszubekommen. Wir haben genug geredet.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Ich lasse sie eingesperrt.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
Wir geben ihr den Frankfurter Gruß.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle.
Wait, what?
She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow.
Oh nein.
We shouldn't have hesitated.
But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe
Wait, was ist
against your
meine Hand?
fracturing bones, making sure you stay down.
Wait, bin ich ein Lizard-Mensch?
As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you
Ich bin
gasp for
Russian
air, she
Lizard.
eyes you with an intense curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs.
This is the end, isn't it?
I'm afraid it is.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
What the...
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Moment. Ist das nicht alles schon mal passiert?
It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
Ich glaube, ich bin schizophren.
What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to stop her.
Stimme
She's
des
just going to kill us
Gebrochenen.
again.
Ich bin schizophren. Ich habe den Erzähler, die Stimme des Gebrochenen und die Stimme des Helden.
She is not going to kill you unless you let her. But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself.
Okay, wir gehen rein.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
Yes.
Don't believe a word she says.
Werden wir nicht mehr.
We might as well just pledge ourselves to her
Nein.
and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
Oh Gott, ich bin Emo geworden.
You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included. I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be. If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
Ja, wir hören nicht auf unser Emo selbst. Nee, so weit
The
kommt's.
interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Okay. Von außen war das eine Holzhütte.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
Schnauze. Näher dich dem Spiegel.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Ja, aber der Spiegel.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
Nimm die Klinge.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Okay, diesmal zögere ich nicht.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear?
What the?
Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
Oh.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there.
Ja, Mommy.
She wants us to see her. We need to see her.
Vielleicht bin ich der gleich dominiert wird.
Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Oh, Schnee zugefügt. Lass mich rein da.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
Damn.
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You've brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
Nein.
As if on command, the blade slips from your grasp. It clatters uselessly to the floor.
Wait, what? Nein.
But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade.
Nein, habe ich nicht.
Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than
Oh
us.
Gott.
You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence. Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel.
Nein?
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
Shit.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs. I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new. And the world as it is now is overdue for alteration. It's time for me to seize my destiny. And you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Diesmal nicht Liesel den dominiert, ja. Wie Miko gesagt hat, Liesel 2.0 Moment.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it? It certainly does. And beyond that, it more than lends credence to our conversation in the woods. I don't love the thought that in some other reality you failed to destroy her, but what's done is done. I can only hope it helped you learn a valuable lesson.
Ja, dass ich am Arsch bin.
You are the only one who can deal with her. And if you don't, well, she's let you know what will happen, hasn't she? Then you shouldn't have trusted us with her destruction. She is inevitable. Can't you feel it? He's being melodramatic, but he's not exactly wrong, is he? What are we supposed to do to stop her? Okay. First things first, you're going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what
Ellipse
needs
ist
to
schon
be
weg.
done.
Ellipse hat sich ergeben. Squeeze mich.
The stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. And if you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost in your mind.
Gib die hier hin. Oh boy. Nur weil du die Welt zerstören sollst, heißt es nicht, dass du es auch tun musst.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart.
Ich gebe mich gleich mal ein Kissen hin. Hamster machst du gemütlich. Legst dich jetzt schon schlafen? Damn. Was ist nach meinem Tod mit dir passiert?
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird. There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
Ein Haustier? Wuff. Auf die Couch, alles, was danach passiert ist, über Nachrede. Das kenne ich zu gut. Was hast du geplant?
All you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
Wenn du so mächtig bist, kannst du die Ketten dann nicht einfach selbst brechen?
Don't be rude. Of course she can.
Bist du sicher?
It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world. That's exactly why it's rude. We should know our place.
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do. The story of a terrible and bountiful god unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am or everything I'm bound to become. It isn't even worthy of what I was. The destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity. The song of you. Being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world. And from your act of utter devotion and submission springs a new dawn, a better dawn. Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference, because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against me, my will triumphs over yours.
Ich würde sie abstechen. Die Option habe ich nicht mal mehr. Klingt nicht so, als hätte gute Gehalt zu geben. Die Option ist längst weg. Wir sind gerade auf den Knien ohne Messer. Ich werde dir nicht bei der Zerstörung der Welt helfen.
I see. Perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters. Pick up that needle.
Do it. It's what she wants.
Oh boy.
No objections here. I don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning.
Yeah.
We might as well pick up the blade. As your eye falls on the blade, you feel a weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
Wait, was? Nein! Oh, ich habe nicht die Wahl.
You reach forward and grasp the blade.
Stand.
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad. Okay, yeah. We can do that. We will
Ich werde hier für immer knien.
You can feel a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an unhappy truce. The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. But all silences are broken eventually.
To define me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance. Take that knife in your hand and slit your
Bruh.
throat.
What? You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this.
Beende es.
Oh, we'll end this all right. Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
Schlage die Prinzessin.
Your body is sluggish and unresponsive, actively fighting against you, but you do your best to stagger forward. One step at
Slitting your throat would have been a mercy.
but it seems you're in need of a harsher lesson.
Uh-oh.
Plunge that knife into your lungs.
I'm sorry. Don't.
As you take another step forward, the blade digs into your ribs, slicing through flesh with ease. It somehow feels like an entirely natural thing to do, while the simple act of walking has become an arduous impossibility. Then it slides back out, the wound burning as a small hiss of air escapes through the fresh orifice. Blood fills your lungs.
Now, do it again. Keep doing it until I give
come
you
on.
permission to stop.
Werde ich.
Those are just words. You don't have to
Yeah.
listen to her.
It's what she wants.
You, heroic one, what are you doing? Don't just let this happen. Stop him from killing you.
Ja.
I'm on it. Your other hand locks around your wrist, struggling to keep it from perforating vital organs. The blade still flails towards you, managing to slice bits of skin that plop to the floor to join the growing pile of blood and gore beneath you. Despite the pain, you manage to keep yourself in one piece, at least for now.
What a pitiful display. A wounded little bird thinking it can defy a god. It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to hurt so much. You can choose a gentle end. You can choose to leave that punctured vessel for the next.
Nein.
Or you can pathetically struggle against yourself until the floor of this temple is painted with the bloody impressions of your futility.
You continue to approach the princess, even as the repeated gouges of your blade expose bone and muscle to the open air of the basement. You know, this would be a lot easier if you gave us a hand. My influence only goes so far, and I can only juggle so many things at once. The best I can do right now is to continue to drive you forward. Believe me, this whole ordeal would be so much easier if I didn't have to contend with free will.
You're the one making things difficult. You're the one making us hurt. She doesn't want to hurt us. She's just doing what she has to.
Stop.
As you finish crossing the room, you fall to your knees at the princess's feet, your chest heaving as your blood pools in the crevices of the stone floor, the coppery taste coating your throat.
Oh
The
boy.
princess kneels down, lifting your chin with her finger as her face lowers to yours.
Your devotion is misplaced. You've surrendered to delusion. But something about your defiant spirit speaks to me. You are different than you were before. Perhaps, if you've learned your lesson, I can spare you from the release of death.
That's a little demeaning, isn't it? Yes, how thoughtful of her.
It's a mercy. Take it.
I think he's given up whatever say he had at the start of all this.
Ja, so ziemlich.
At least one of you is sane. She's within striking distance, and she's only negotiating now because she knows you have what it takes to put an end to her. Seize the moment before it's too late.
Tu es.
No!
Yes, though your body trembles, struggling to defend itself in the face of the princess's overwhelming will, you finally manage to break through, dancing to her side before she can react. The wind of your freedom rushes through you, and you channel it into a decisive blow, stabbing into the soft flesh of her ankle and severing the tendons in an act of unyielding defiance. She falls to the floor, crashing unceremoniously to her
Oh
knees.
boy, sie ist riesig.
But you don't give her any time to recover. Your heart pounding with determination, you plunge your blade into her chest. As you find your target again and again, she laughs, crude emotion breaking through her once stony composure as your blade cuts her flesh.
Uh-oh.
We can do this, can't we? You always could. The decision to give you this task was not made lightly. You're here for a reason.
It's not too late to pick up the pieces. It's not too late to toss that blade aside and beg for forgiveness.
Shut up.
I can't believe you would actually strike me. You
You heathen! You worm! You defiler! You don't know the consequences of your arrogance!
Nein?
Before you can strike the final blow, the princess lashes out, knocking you off your feet. There's an unsettling wet pop as your spine breaks, numbness and pain spreading through your body. As you rebound towards the ceiling in a moment of disorientated lightness, she drives her fist into your chest.
Oh.
Your body is crushed as she pulverizes you into the floor, the ground itself breaking from the impact. You lie there, broken, beyond pain, unable to even see what she's done to you. But the princess is succumbing to her own wounds as well. She looks down upon her body in abject horror and disgust.
You made me use my hands. I can feel myself twisting into something new, something dull, something defiled. What have you done to me?
You're monsters and conspirators. I can't bear to watch this.
The princess has been nothing but cruel to you. You should feel liberated.
Yeah.
Therefore.
But I don't feel liberated.
Hey, Phil.
Empty.
Aside from the pain, I feel fine.
Willkommen zum Mommy-Simulator.
She collapses to the floor. Her glassy eyes watch, unblinking, yet somehow still full of anguish and fear, as the two of you perish together. I suppose we were never gonna get a happy ending here, were we? Don't let those be your final thoughts. You saved the world. That's worth something.
Nein, weil ich tot bin.
I guess. Regardless of how you feel about it, it's finally over. Thank you. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Die Furie. Ach du
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of the path... Okay, what the hell is that?
Ih. Kann ich einstellen, dass der Text automatisch scrollt? Ja.
I think he's upset. And what's he got to be upset about? We just killed a god!
Exactly. You heathens destroyed
Heresy.
the most beautiful thing that ever was and ever will be.
Can't say I have much sympathy for you. She was bad for us and you almost got us killed.
Ja.
You're being too generous. He did get us killed.
Ja,
Alright,
beim ersten
enough
Mal.
chatter. Got a thing I'm supposed to do, and if you don't mind, I'd like to do it without any more interruptions. Okay, great, you're listening. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a... If your thing is telling us about the princess, don't waste your breath. We know all about her. It's hardly a path in the woods at this point, is it? Look, if the world around you is changing, especially all the way out here, then that means you're nearing the point of no return. Whatever happens next, that's it. There won't be any more do-overs. So you'd better take things seriously.
Was passiert ab dem Punkt ohne Wiederkehr?
Then what happens? Have you even been listening? It's the end is what happens. Yeah, but is there something after the end? How am I supposed to know? The end means finality. It's not like I can just peek on over to the other side and tell you what it's like there, if there even is a there. It doesn't matter because we're going to win.
Sturkopf.
Now,
Der ist neu. Unsere Antworten warten in der Hütte.
good, we're all on the same page. It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up at the cabin on the hill. You'll find the princess within, as I'm sure you already know. End her. That's it? No final words of advice? I'd rather not waste any more time. I'm sure that any advice I'd give at this point is something you've already heard.
If there's still a princess at the cabin, maybe we can salvage things. Maybe if we just grovel and apologize, things can go back to how they were
Nah.
before.
Ich knie nicht.
Oh, cut it out, will you? We need to be tough right now.
Außer sie
You're
gewinnt
making
im
it
Armwrestling.
So much harder than it has to be. So stop whining.
Tu es oder tu es nicht, es gibt keinen Versuchen. Sagt aber als ein weiser Sitzsack im Sumpf. Wait, what?
The interior of the cabin is a place that feels long forgotten. There was once an elegance to its construction, carved marble columns holding a high-arched roof, vaulted windows letting in the weak starlight. But that is how it was. Now there is a growth that has overtaken it. A viscous fluid seeps from cracks in the stone walls, and it congeals into chaotic streaks of writhing nerves and wet clumps of living meat. That's horrible. You did this. The only furniture of note is a pulsating pedestal, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Letztes Mal hast du den Spiegel auch nicht erwähnt. Warum?
A mirror? There is no mirror. There's the pedestal, the blade sitting on the pedestal, and the door to the basement. Just to tell us where the door is. I'd like to get back to fighting, and if you want us to kill her so bad, I'm sure you feel the same. No more messing around. I don't know what to tell you. There isn't a mirror because I would know if there was a mirror.
Hier ist ein Spiegel.
You're seeing things, or you're confused on the definitions of door and mirror. Or you're seeing things. That seems far more likely. What are you trying to say, exactly?
He thinks we've lost it. That we're succumbing to madness, that something in us has broken.
That's an unnecessarily melodramatic way to describe a hallucination, but sure. I'm not going to waste time arguing with any of you.
Ich meine, ich würde auch sagen, dass wir verrückt sind, weil wir reden mit uns selber in 5 verschiedenen Stimmen.
It went away after we touched it last time. Let's just do it again. You take the blade from the pedestal. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Nothing feels better than gripping cold steel. You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. As if you don't see it. You really don't, do you? How strange. It really is just like last time. Are we really hallucinating? Why here? Why now?
Smash it. Smash it to pieces. It's the only thing keeping us from her.
Don't you want to know what we'll see in there? We won't be able to see anything if we smash it. Nah, I'm with him on this one. Smash it! Let's get violent already.
Zeit für Smash.
Do whatever you want with it. The mirror isn't real, so how you handle it doesn't matter, aside from wasting dangerous amounts of time. You reach forward and drag your hand across the door leading
Und
to
es
the
ist wieder
basement.
weg.
As if on command, it slowly slides open, scraping against the stone floor, its ancient hinges moaning as it reveals the dim path ahead.
Riesiges Ego braucht halt Platz, um sich besser auszudrücken zu können.
Why am I not surprised? You step forward into the darkness. The stairs leading down to the basement are at once both narrow and grandiose. A high-vaulted ceiling stretches up into a gloom beyond your sight, while walls wet with tumorous growths press in uncomfortably at your sides. You feel both unprotected and trapped, at once exposed and claustrophobic. The air is thick, its odour an oppressive violence, the metallic scent of fresh blood twisting with the nauseating embers of charred remains. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. Her voice, a bellowing rage, roars up the stairs.
Sie ist mad.
Was severing the tendons of my ascension not enough for you? Was it not enough to rend my divine heart? Come, see the horrors you've wrought upon my
Oh,
flesh,
boy.
and feel my hands set upon your throat. See how you've soured my once divine melody.
She's so angry with us.
Naja, wir haben sie
Why?
getötet.
Why did you desecrate her? Why couldn't I stop you?
You've got to stop thinking about her like that. It isn't doing anyone any good. She's not some untouchable god. She's an abomination. And we're going to put an end to her once and for all.
Whatever she is now is our fault. If she's an abomination, then what does that make us?
She was going to end the world last time.
Ach so, aus Atomic Heart, der Kühlschrank. Ja, stimmt.
If I might interject, you didn't
Oh
make
mein
her
Gott,
into
du
an
hast recht, ja.
abomination. She's always been what she is. It's why you're here. And it's why your task is so important. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs.
Wie wird's hier aussehen?
The chamber's walls
Whoa.
are painted in blood. A deep, sickening red that drips down in clotted
Was
streams onto the
so?
charred corpses that make up its floor. This place reeks of torment, of ripped skin and burning bone.
Ist sie ein Dämon?
The princess stands in its center, muscles flayed and bare and weeping, draped in a tattered dress of her own skin. Her heart beats from its place in her open chest.
Do you know what I'm going to do to you?
There's not so much a moment of hesitation before she steps forward. Her chains pull taut, holding fast as she strains against them. The cuff around her wrist digs deeper into her skin. Blood drips from the place where metal meets flesh. And then, with a nauseating sound, the skin tears. It plops to the ground, and she pulls her red, glistening arm free from her bindings.
Uh-oh.
She is loose, and she is coming for you.
Let her end it. It's the punishment you all deserve for what you did to her. It's the punishment I deserve for letting it happen.
Screw that, we can win. We've done it before and we'll do it again, only this time we'll make it out the other side. Hell, she's practically done most of the work for us.
Uh-oh, 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 Tu es.
Your heart free of fear, you charge towards the princess, your eyes locked on each other, both of you prepared to lay down your very essence in one blow. It's now or never. Let's make it a beautiful blaze of glory. With a horrifying squelch, you are unwound. No, that's our stuff. She can't just do that.
Sie kann das nicht machen.
She just did. Unfortunate, I know, but reality is reality.
You should all just be grateful she's decided to keep us alive. Even in her defilement, she is merciful.
We're not out for the count just yet.
Greif sie an.
Skin flayed and organs flapping, you charge towards the princess. That's right. She'll never stop us.
Still you defy your god! I've made the mistake of underestimating your resolve before! Never again!
As you swing for her heart, what's left of you... explodes.
Eee.
So that's it. It's over. Just like that.
Of course it's over. It's been over since the very first moment we laid eyes on her.
This is the final note of your discordant melody. You will not return again, because you will live in that single tone forever.
No! It's not over! We're a god killer! We've returned from death itself twice!
Didn't you hear her? We're not dead.
Kann aber aufhören, ihr zu glauben.
What's the difference? From many perspectives, there isn't one, but functionally, that is, from your perspective, the difference is massive. You are entirely laid bare, spread to each corner of the room, yet you are wholly aware of the state you're in.
Yeah.
Incapable of movement, but entirely capable of perception. In fact, perceiving your state is the only thing you can currently do. You are preserved, perfectly, in the amber of her torment.
Prolog-Mission gespielt von Warhammer. Mega. Nice. Schön, dass es dir gefällt. Ja, ich sag ja, es ist ein echt nices Game.
We're more than this. We've lost bodies before. We just have to lose this one and make another.
Tausche dieses Gefäß gegen das nächste ein.
Absolutely not. I refuse to let you just decide to die with your task unfinished. If you die here, the world is doomed.
Ich bin ein Haufen Apfelmus auf dem Boden. Aber du stirbst. Es ist eine große Erleichterung, loszulassen, was von deinem Fleisch und Blut noch übrig ist. Und doch bist du noch hier.
Your Honor, where the hell are you? Are you already at the Princess?
Huh?
This place is different. Rotten. Death all around us. I want to go back.
So you've returned already, and I remain here. Is this our final destination?
The Princess tilts her head to look at you, and with a gesture, you are unwound. Again? Already?
Clearly I left you with too much room last time. Perhaps this cell will hold you better.
You know what to do. Again.
Stirb nochmal. Wieder gibst du deinen Körper auf und wieder bist du hier, wenn auch an einem anderen Ort.
Your Honor, she's gorgeous.
Ergebener.
Absolutely divine.
You, guy who describes things, you better start saying what we do this time. And what are you? Attacking her, obviously. Right. You charge towards the princess
Wie?
and...
There is no spark in you, only matter devoid of life.
You explode. Again.
Nochmal. Du lässt los und dann lebst du wieder.
You're on a path. We are not on a fucking path. I have no idea where we are. We're in the middle of a fight, so act like it. So you are. Okay, you dive towards the princess and we're unwound. Yes, her head swivels creakily on her neck, fire in her eyes as your body unravels with blinding pain.
No.
Again.
Nochmal. Du hast keinen Körper, du existierst, du bist neu geboren.
Your Honor, no time. You narrate now. Yes, of course. Pristine blade grasped firmly in your hands, you fly towards the princess before she can turn to face you.
Hab auf Legende angefangen, oh boy, the lips. Viel Erfolg.
You might actually do it this time.
I can feel that body of yours slicing through the air. How many more times will I have to scatter you?
As she turns towards you, the very essence of your being begins to flake away. Your muscles, then organs, then nerves laid bare and screaming as the rest of you is stripped of substance. Oh, boo-hoo. It's just a body. It just needs to last long enough to sink this blade into her heart. It doesn't last. You are disintegrated. Everything goes dark.
Aber es gibt nichts mehr an dir, das noch sterben könnte.
How many times do I need to pulverize you before you finally understand? You are nothing. An empty void that dared to dream it was alive.
Ja, irgendwann wird sie nachlässig. Und übermütig.
Right. If we're nothing, then why are we still here? Because we always have been. If we're nothing, then how can we do anything? The same way we always have. Being nothing has never stopped us. Now end this. End her.
You cannot win if you cannot be.
Eine Macht rast auf das offene Herz der Prinzessin zu. Stränge aus Gewebe, die aus einem unendlichen Nichts gesponnen wurden.
How I've scattered the atoms you clung to and there is nothing there to find. You can't exist.
Die Stränge durchdringen ihr Herz und umhüllen ihren Geist.
It's over.
Oh, I think I understand you now. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do the things I did to you. I don't think I knew what I was doing.
She sounds genuine. They always do in the end.
It's cold, but I'm going to be okay, right?
Oh boy. Wow. Du schaffst es nicht zu antworten. Etwas hat sie fortgerissen und etwas anderes hat ihren Platz
She's
eingenommen.
gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Ich sollte in den Spiegel schauen. Näher richtig im Spiegel.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
Ignoriere ihn. Du näherst dich dem Spiegel.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final.
Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
Ignore the cowards. You have to look.
Die Stimmen hören sich klein und weit entfernt an, als du dich ihm näherst. Es ist totenstill, als du deine Hand ausstreckst. Sie sind fort, aber der Spiegel ist noch da. Es ist Zeit, dass du siehst, was in ihm ist. Warte. Das bist du. Du bist allein an einem leeren Ort. Es ist still hier. Du stehst vor der Hütte.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Kennen wir uns?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Was bist du?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Was glaubst du, was ich bin?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Ist das das Ende der Welt?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Kennst du den Erzähler?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Eigentlich ist sie tot. Die Arme tun die ganze Zeit bewegen. Und sogar ihren Mund bewegen. Was ist hier los?
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt.
Was passiert jetzt?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom. 'Freedom. 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 'Freedom.
Wie viele Teile von dir muss ich noch finden?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Ich wurde geschickt, um die Prinzessin zu erschlagen und sie daran zu hindern, die Welt zu zerstören. Wenn ich dir helfe, willst du die Welt dann zerstören?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
Was wirst du tun, wenn ich dir helfe?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Wie viel werde ich vergessen?
Everything, until we meet again.
Hast du keine Angst, dass ich dich umbringen könnte?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Was zum Teufel ist sie? Was ist, wenn ich das nicht zulasse?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
Okay.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Alles wird schwarz und du stirbst.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end
Ja,
of the
Kapitel
world.
1. Teile des Dialogs, die du bereits gesehen hast, kannst du mit der Tab-Taste auf deiner Tastatur oder der R1-Taste auf deinem Controller überspringen. Zeitschleife. Ich meine, sie hat uns gesagt, dass wir mehrere Teile von ihr finden sollen, mehrere Perspektiven. Das heißt eigentlich wahrscheinlich mehrere Perspektiven der Prinzessin. Es sind dieselben Antworten. Ja? Wir gehen weiter.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We're not going to go through with this, right?
She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Markier einfach Hot. Ja, also ich habe schon gesagt, die Cutscenes und die Präsentation vom Warhammer Game sind mega.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Wir gehen weiter. Diesmal zögere ich nicht. Diesmal gehe ich einfach rein und stech sie ab.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and a blade is your implement.
Wir nehmen das Messer.
You take the blade from the table.
Und gehen rein.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated. Her voice
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Weitergehen.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She's so coldly beautiful. Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Wir gehen weiter.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate,
Tu es.
you lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh. This is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
Es war zu einfach.
It's over. Don't get all worked up. We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse? I really don't think you should do that. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us? I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
Oh Mann, wieso habe ich hier auch Optionen? Ach, ich habe gedacht, das wird simpel. Wenn ich den Puls prüfe, sticht sie mich safe ab. Nimm die Klinge.
You lean down and wrap your hand around the blade's hilt. But as you begin to slide it out of its resting place, you feel a sharp and sudden jab in your side. What was that?
I guess I won't be dying alone
Damn it.
after all.
Quick, let's get out of here. It's too late for that now. You collapse to the ground as the mortally wounded princess twists a blade of her own deeper between your ribs.
Sie hatte auch ein Messer.
As you fall, she falls with you, exhausted by the effort, the little life that was left in her eyes fading rapidly.
An eye for an eye. A life for a life. I guess we're even now.
Touché.
See you around.
Gut gespielt.
You were so close. Why did you hesitate?
Hab ich nicht. Ich hab's ja erstochen.
Doesn't matter. At least you managed to take her with you. For whatever that's worth.
Verdammt.
Everything goes dark. And
Hätte ich
you
einfach
die.
gehen sollen? Wait, Messerschneide? Das ist neu.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And you're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end.
Geh weiter.
A warning. Before you, she will lie, she will cheat,
Yeah,
and she
yeah.
will do everything in her power to... She couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we? I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you. We know what to look out for this time. We know to be careful. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. The interior
Oh,
of the cabin
wow.
is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken boards,
Okay.
their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Nimm die Klinge.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult.
It feels a bit better to have a weapon in our hands. Let's make her hurt for what she's done to us.
Ab in den Keller.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall. The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives
Ja,
here,
der Spiegel ist
slaying her would
verschwunden.
probably be doing her a favor.
Ja, wir haben einmal geschafft, in den Spiegel zu schauen. Und wir sind scheinbar ein Lizard-Mensch.
Scraping? She's not even trying to hide her knife. It's like she wants to get in our head. That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head.
Das ist wahrscheinlich eine Axt
Her
oder
grating
sowas.
voice carries up the stairs.
Oh boy.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so wrong with that voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, she thinks she's better than us. Like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room.
Ich sehe das erst seit 5 Minuten, aber ich glaube langsam, dass du selbst einfach die Prinzessin bist. Wir haben ja quasi schon einmal das Ende erreicht, wo wir pulverisiert wurden und wir konnten uns die ganze Zeit wiederbeleben und haben sie dann im Endeffekt getötet. Dann haben wir irgendeinen Geist getroffen, der uns gesagt hat, wir sollen ihm alle Perspektiven bringen.
Finally, somebody. Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Ja. Was hast du hinterm Rücken?
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we?
Ja.
She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down.
Wieder vor die Nachbarin. Wait, what?
If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
Das stimmt allerdings.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
Letztes Mal haben wir uns gegenseitig umgebracht. Das würde ich ungern wiederholen.
But if we killed each other, then why are we here? Right now. Both of us normal and unstabbed.
I do have to hand it to her, that's a very good question. And it's one with a simple answer. You haven't slain her yet. So how about you get moving? Last time? What are you talking about? Ugh, it's like the two of you are working together on this. Aren't you listening to her? She's obviously lying through her teeth. I'm terrible at spotting lies, and even I can tell something's up here. We can't be the only ones that looped back to the start. Someone else has to remember, right? Yes, something is obviously up, and we can all tell that she's lying. The thing she's lying about is how dangerous she is, not dimension hopping or time travel or whatever it is you think you're doing.
Rilla, das ist gehört. Der Bot hat gesprochen. Wenn ich näher komme, erstichst du mich, oder?
What? No!
No!
I wouldn't
Nein.
stab you.
Niemals.
I am just a sweet, innocent
Aha.
princess trapped here for no reason.
Natürlich.
And you are a brave knight who's supposed to walk up to, not stabbing distance to help me.
I have absolutely zero doubts that she is going to stab us if we get close to her. She certainly feels threatening. Just because she's acting like she's going to stab you doesn't mean she has the means to actually do it.
Kennst du There Is No Game? Habe ich schon durchgespielt, ja. Kann man auch auf dem YouTube-Kanal sehen.
But you know who is armed? You. So stop second-guessing yourself and do your job. But I'm nervous. all the more reason to jump into the deep end and deal with her right now before you waste any more time getting stuck in your head.
Wenn ich auf sie zugehe, jetzt wird sie mich safer stechen. Weißt du, was letztes Mal passiert ist?
Last time? If somebody came into my house and stabbed me to death and then I killed him, surely I would remember that. But I don't remember it, so it must not have happened.
Aber genau das ist passiert, also erinnerst du dich doch.
Would I just lie? Would I just lie to your face and tell you a thing I remembered happening didn't happen just so I could stab you again? I mean, just so I could stab you for the first time.
Ah,
Aha! She slipped up there. She said again, and
Yeah.
her taking it back doesn't count. Do you hear how deranged you sound right now? Please stop dawdling. This is only going to end with violence. Postponing the inevitable is only going
Ja,
to make
zeig
it
deine
worse
Hände.
for you when it actually happens.
wenn du das Messer fallen lässt, lasse ich dich hier raus.
A knife? What are you talking about? I don't have a knife. Where would I keep a knife?
Hinter deinem Rücken.
And why would I stab you to death? I don't know you. You haven't given me a reason to stab you to death. It would be so silly of me to cut you open and look at your insides.
Okay, I could have sworn we didn't mention stabbing anyone to death. Sounds like she's really out for blood. Fortunately for you, she isn't armed.
Oh ja, ja, das glaube ich natürlich. Beweis, dass du kein Messer hast.
It would be so much easier to prove that I do have a sharp object. I could just show it to you, but I don't have one, so I can't.
Zeig deine Hände.
The princess smiles as she pulls her hands from
Shit.
behind her back.
But look at this! Hands! Hands that don't have anything in them to stab you with!
Her smile stretches into an even wider grin as she shakes her sleeves.
And empty sleeves, too! Look at how few stabbing implements I have. It's practically zero.
Tja. Erstmal ausziehen. Okay, die Frage ist, ersteche ich sie oder nicht? Ich glaube nicht, dass ich mit ihr reden kann. So wie die momentan drauf ist, glaube ich das nicht. Ich traue der Sache nicht, ich gehe einfach.
It's boring if you leave.
She's bored? That's absurd. She doesn't get to be bored. Not in a way that matters. She's a prisoner. She's... Shit.
Whoa!
In a sudden burst of movement, the princess leaps towards you, a blade erupting from her free arm,
What
her
the-
wrist limp and empty from the violent expulsion. Huh. So I guess she did have a knife of her own after all.
Holy
How
shit.
conciliatory of you. We appreciate it, really. Now what are we going to do? At least we're safe here. She's still in chains. And those chains stop her from continuing her advance, at least for a moment. She looks down at them with something between annoyance and confusion.
Oh, sie wird sich den Arm abschneiden.
And then
Yeah.
she slices through her arm. Okay, maybe we aren't safe here. She doesn't even hesitate before darting towards you with a terrifying speed you can't hope to outpace. Ah, shit. Okay, she's down an arm and we still have a weapon. I guess we'll have to use it. And use it you do. But unfortunately for you, and for the entire world, you are horribly outmatched.
Oh, come on.
You keep pace with her for a single brief and wordless exchange before she severs your hand and, with it, your only line of defense. She's much better at this than she was last time. Yeah, it's unreal. Bloody cheater.
I'm going to kill you now.
And with a squelch, she does just that. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Das Wettrüsten. Das ist
You're on a
auch
path
neu.
in the woods. No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin. You're what? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do? I feel dizzy. Oh ho ho ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now?
Habe ich das gerade richtig verstanden? Sie hat nur noch einen Stumpf an einem Arm und der andere eine Klinge? Ja. Sie hatte eine Klinge in ihrem Arm versteckt. Damit hat sie sich ihren anderen Arm abgeschnitten, damit sie nicht mehr in Ketten ist und uns dann getötet.
The circle's getting smaller and smaller. Running isn't an option anymore. Yeah, but for whom? Someone or something is out there pulling the strings and we're all just puppets until we can figure out how to see them. But what if that someone is us, eh? Wouldn't that be neat? If we were the ones pulling the strings, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have died twice already.
Hey, Misaki, wunderschönen guten Abend.
Great, so obviously you've already been here. How many times?
5? 6?
This is our third?
Na, öfter.
No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world
Es wird ein
is
harter
down to
Alltag für sie, die
destruction.
verändert sich ja die
Right?
ganze Zeit.
That can't be right. That's too much responsibility. It's only too much responsibility if these worlds are real. Let's just stay focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table. A pristine blade perched. We take it. Okay, sure. You take the blade
ich hatte
before
nicht
letting
mal
me
eine
finish
Wahl.
telling
Wow.
you it's there. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. This feels right. We just have to keep our senses
Sagt nie
sharp.
etwas über den
That's
Spiegel.
right. We've got to be able to win
Der
eventually.
Erzähler sieht den Spiegel nicht.
What if winning is the wrong move? It isn't. I don't care whether you trust me or not, but at least trust that defeating the person who has apparently killed you
Wie geht's
twice
euch allen so?
already
Kann mich nicht
is a
beschweren,
good
mir geht's gut.
idea.
Danke der Nachfrage. Hoffe bei dir auch alles tutti.
I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there?
Den Spiegel antatschen, da verschwindet er.
Walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right?
Ja, der Erzähler sieht keinen Spiegel, er sieht eine
There
Tür.
isn't a door, there's just that mirror. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality.
Ah. Riddler, danke für den verschenkten Sub an Misaki. Dankeschön.
We can see our reality just fine. Why should we trust
Komm halt ins Wurmalter, Gelenkschmerzen. Ja, man gewöhnt sich dran.
I can feel the air coming up from behind it, stinking of iron and steel. He might be right. Could be a trick. If our other senses can't feel it, then we can't trust it. You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it. Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess. You reach
Ja,
forward and place your hand
jedes
on the
Mal
door
der
to the
Spiegel
basement.
verschwindet.
It creaks open. And the mirror's gone. How surprising. It was never there. Just an illusion. It feels like it's hiding something from us. It's part of the big picture. I just know it. That's why it's being kept from us. Guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp
Super.
that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom.
Your body tumbles onto the basement floor and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance. She gives you a wry smile.
Hi, it looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
She's toying with us.
Yeah.
She's acting like she already knows she's won. Thinking about dying makes us as good as dead. The only thing that matters is survival.
Actually, does survival matter? We've died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win once.
Nothing bad has come of it yet.
Plenty bad has come of it. You've left at least one entire world to ruin.
Oh.
The people there mattered.
Oh, warte, sind das alles verschiedene Welten?
The past
Uh-oh.
isn't real. There's only here and now. Your internal bickering is cut short by the wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves. The chain clatters to the floor.
Sie hat zwei davon.
She's loose, and she is coming for you.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
Shit. She's coming for us and I'm out of ideas.
Moment. Sie gewinnt, wenn sie uns tötet. Also kommen wir ja zuvor.
No, that's a terrible idea.
Nein, tu es.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to work.
Tu es.
Screw it, we've already died twice. What's
Ja,
a third?
tu es.
Third is a third. It's bad. Who cares?
Gönn ihr es nicht.
Fine. You raise your blade above your head.
Oh, this is new. What are you going to do? Are you really going to stab yourself? Neat.
Then you skewer yourself. Ow.
Are we still here? Can we not actually off ourselves? Boo!
Boo.
Huh, that didn't do much of anything. We're tougher than I thought.
Verdammt.
Oh, a new one of us. I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die? Nah, we'd know if we died.
Nonkonformist.
You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you?
We're dead, aren't we? We're dead. How long have we been dead? Have we been dead the whole time?
Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here?
This is 4.
No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another us.
Ja.
Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her.
As long as we keep moving.
Oh.
It's going to get so loud in here. How are we going to keep it all straight?
Who cares about getting better than her? Let's do something weird. Like, really weird.
Come on, show me something new.
Ich werde versuchen, mit ihr zu flirten. Es funktioniert nicht und sie tötet dich wieder und wieder und wieder und wieder. Deine Erinnerungen verschwimmen, als dein Bewusstsein von einem Leben zum nächsten springt. Nur kleine Erinnerungsfetzen des Konflikts verbleiben.
Compliment her on those gleaming blades. There's nothing better than a capable woman.
She skewers you.
You're cute.
Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps. We just have to hit her harder.
She skewers you.
You'll have to be trickier than that.
What's the point? It's all the same.
Oh, der Gebrochene ist wieder da.
She skewers you.
Oh, don't give up on me just yet. You gotta keep going.
Do you see that? We almost had her. That was luck. But we only have to get lucky once.
She's going to kill this body either way. So stop feeling what it feels. She skewers you.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
It doesn't matter how many times this takes, we can't give up.
Okay, let's go again.
Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried
Opportunist.
that. I'm sure she'll listen to reason.
Oh ja, jetzt auf einmal, sicherlich.
She skewers you. See? We're getting better. Okay, yeah. That was a good one. None of this is working. Think. She skewers you. We're getting close to something. Can't you feel it? One last time. You're right. One last time. That's all we need. And then everything goes dark. And you die.
Gegenseitige Zerstörung.
You're on don't lose your head. We're in a cabin and we'll take it from here.
Wo ist das Messer?
Everything feels like it finally fits, doesn't it? We're up here, which is different, and different is good.
Harris, ja, wo ist mein Messer?
We throw it out the window. Over my dead body.
That won't be very hard. We've died a lot. But I can't say I mind anymore.
Besides, what better way to die so very many times than at the sharp hands of a beautiful woman?
Sim.
Sure, I can think of a better way to die. They're all the same, really. How about we stop thinking about horrible ways to die? I don't want us to accidentally manifest anything. The only thing we're gonna manifest is finally ending up on top. There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here?
Oh, wir sind oft gestorben.
How about you stick to describing things and we'll stick to doing them?
No joke, das Game ist so viel cooler als XCOM. Habe ich dir gesagt, Philips? Habe ich dir gesagt.
Yeah, leave it to the pros. We'll notch up that win in no time.
Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover.
Unglücklich Geliebten.
Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs.
Oh, wir haben ein Messer dabei.
It's more of
Okay.
a slide. We know. Fine, I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along. Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs? Or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this. Don't care, just want to win.
Kann man Vakir romanzen? Keine Ahnung.
Fine. You make
Okay,
your way
sie
to
ist
the
immer noch
basement,
verrückt.
Where the princess awaits you.
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again? I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together. But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it? I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you.
Oh Gott.
It's worth it though. Just you wait. And not for very
Was
long.
hat sie jetzt?
Because
Are you going to say what she does? Do you want me to talk now?
Oh, ist beleidigt?
Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
here we go. Now.
The princess's skin
Whoa.
twists, splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears. And then it erupts.
Oh.
Becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering against the walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
Boy.
Are you ready for what comes next?
Holy shit!
Ja.
She's gorgeous.
Oh mein Gott.
Absolutely divine.
Yes! Behold, the perfect woman.
Goddammit.
Do you think we can throw her out the window? That looked painful. How is she still alive? Heart's still beating, that's all she needs. This is fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up. She doesn't even have a back anymore. How are we supposed to stab her in it?
This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing.
We're screwed. I quit. I'm done.
Ich bin weg.
Narrator,
Lehre dein Geist.
What just happened?
Oh.
It's so quiet.
Oh.
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
Du tust nichts und durch dieses Nichtstun bewegt sich dein Körper von alleine. Als du näher kommst, greift dich die Prinzessin an. Doch als ihr Angriff dich treffen sollte, bist du schon anderswo.
You're incredible.
Oh. Hey Toni, was geht, Mann? Wunderschönen guten Abend. Wieder spielt Slay the Princess. Sehr nice. Ja, es ist sehr wild bisher. Es ist super weird, das Game. Eure Waffen treffen wieder und wieder aufeinander. Ihr beide fallt in einen Rhythmus ohne Gedanken, ohne Bewusstsein. Nur der Tanz zählt. Das Hin und Her wie Ebbe und Flut. Von dir zu ihr und wieder zurück. Je tiefer ihr in euer Spiel versinkt, desto schneller schlagen eure Herzen und desto schneller wird das Momentum eures Schlagabtauschs. Ein endloses Crescendo und dann eine Gelegenheit. Deine Klinge trifft willenlos genau wie ihre. Beide Treffer sind tödlich, ihr werdet beide sterben, doch beide habt ihr keine Angst. Ein gutes Ende. Da sind wieder die Hände. Und haben sie verschlungen. Ihr seht einander nicht sterben und das werdet ihr auch nie. Es ist Zeit für dich zu gehen, deine Erinnerungen kehren zurück. Du näherst dich dem Spiegel. Es ist totenstill, als du deine Hand nach dem Glas aussteckst. Es ist Zeit, dass du siehst, was in ihm ist. Du bist gewachsen. Wait, entwickeln wir uns? Du befindest dich wieder in der langen Stille. Du stehst vor der Hütte.
Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
Sie sammelt die Persönlichkeiten der Prinzessin wie Pokémon.
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Wie sehr hast du dich verändert?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Wie fühlt es sich an, sich zu verändern?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
Alles, was du sagst, ist ein Rätsel. Kannst du nicht mal klar antworten?
I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions.
Wow. Das ist ein geiler Spruch.
The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
Wenn das alles vorbei ist, was wirst du tun?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Du warst gütiger zu mir als sonst jemand, dem ich begegnet bin. Warum?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Wen soll ich dir als nächstes bringen?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Wenn ich zurückkehre, ist es, als würde sich eine unsichtbare Mauer um mich schließen. Warum kann ich manche Dinge nicht mehr tun?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen,
Oh.
and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Sie führt mich. Was denkst du über dieses Gefäß?
This one is a single-minded edge. She is cruelty, but she is also joy. She will make for a piercing heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
Du hast keine Vorlieben?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Ich will dir nicht wehtun.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but they are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them you are a gate to something more. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me.
Ich habe keine Ahnung, was es geht.
The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Wie viele Gefäße brauchst du noch?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
Okay.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Alles wird schwarz und du stirbst. Chapter 1.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her. You make your way up the short. A warning. Before she will lie.
Ja.
We're not going to go through with this, right? Ignore him. He doesn't know.
Der Erzähler wird auch resettet. Sind das?
The interior of the cabin is almost
Ich nehme kein Messer
entirely
mit.
bare. The blade is your
Nope. Ohne Messer.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room. Her voice soft.
Hello? Is someone there?
Is hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed. Good. You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Lass uns erst reden.
Okay.
Wie heißt du?
Oh,
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Das sagt sie jetzt so viel netter, weil ich das Messer nicht dabei habe.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess?
Das wäre absurd. Prinzessin ist also der Name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
Lass sie angesperrt. Ich will noch mit ihr reden. Ich will sie nicht einfach so befreien. Wenn ewig niemand hier war, was hast du dann gegessen?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess.
Das ist wichtig. Wie hat sie überlebt?
Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
Untersucht die Ketten.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Hast du eine andere Idee?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
Bruh.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut.
Oh.
You hear the click of a lock slide. Is someone else here?
Wait, wurden wir jetzt auch eingesperrt?
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yep.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely
Oh,
hesitates
God.
before raising her arm to her mouth,
Oh.
her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
Oh, bruh.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you. The clang of, it's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Rette sie.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't.
Yeah.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Uh-oh.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Yeah.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
Odd. Warne sie.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Wehre dich.
The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes...
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
Haben wir das?
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
Oh
I'm
Gott.
sorry.
Oh, come on. Einmal hätte gereicht.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
Das ist eine
Apparently
Lüge.
not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over.
Wie viele Prinzessinnen hast du schon abgeliefert an die Hände? 2. Die Mommy, die Göttin, die mich explodieren hat lassen, und die vorhin mit den Schwertern.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Die Jungfer.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the bed you're here to slay her.
Wir gehen weiter.
A warning. Before she will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop. If only you knew what you did to us, you villain. Excuse me? Forget he said anything. But he is a villain. He made our beloved brutally take our life last time. He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of our love.
Oh God.
Last time? What are you talking about? I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Let's try to ignore him. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Okay, wie sieht jetzt die Hütte aus?
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Ohne Klinge. Ohne Klinge, ohne Spiegel.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Hey, nein, eigentlich ist es ziemlich nice hier.
A soft voice carries
Ich würde hier leben.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time.
Oh Gott, das ist unser Simp-Ich.
I think we're in love. Okay, I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her, but saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you think? We don't even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake.
Ja, klingt im Sommer mega angenehm.
Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
Skulls for the Skull Troll. Im nächsten Weg.
You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit. Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero.
Oh Gott.
I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Oh, das ist mir so kitschig, Mann.
You hear that? She said we're dashing, and she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. You've been here before.
Und der Erzähler weiß es wieder nicht.
That's right, villain. And you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
Woran sehe ich eigentlich Missionen? Wie meinst du? Missionen tauchen auf der Map auf, wenn eine gewisse Zeit vergeht. Immer 3, manchmal auch mehr. Ja, du musst einfach Zeit vergehen lassen. Und dann tauchen die auf. Sind das so grüne Punkte? Ja, genau. Du kriegst immer eine Nachricht, die sagt, die Blüte ist ausgebrochen und dann werden 3 bis 4 Missionen aktiviert auf der Map und dann kannst du wohin fliegen. Ich würde empfehlen, dass du am Anfang die Geschwindigkeit deines Schiffs und Prognostikare fokussierst beim Ausbau, damit du mehr Zeit hast, an die Mission zu kommen, weil sonst schaffst du nur eine anstatt 2.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever.
Oh.
Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
Das ist interessant. Ist das jedes Mal eine andere Prinzessin oder eine andere Welt nur, die wir durchlaufen? Der Erzähler, der mich hergeschickt hatte, um dich zu töten, hat meinen Körper übernommen. Das war alles echt unfair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Was ist nach meinem Tod passiert?
You died, and now we're talking.
Ja, aber was ist in der Zwischenzeit passiert? Wurde zwischen meinem Tod und unserer Unterhaltung hier die Welt zerstört? Hast du die Welt zerstört?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Was ist eigentlich dieser Blütenbefall so lore-mäßig? Man kriegt durch die Story mehr und mehr mit. Also, du kannst ja Sachen erforschen und auf der rechten Seite, das ganz linke, sind die storyrelevanten Forschungen. Das heißt, je weiter du da reinforschst, desto mehr entdeckst du über die Blüte. Aber kurz gesagt, die Blüte ist einfach Nörgels Versuch, Seuche über die Welt zu bringen. Aber ja, man kriegt mehr detaillierte Infos, je weiter man da reinforscht. Aber ich würde es nicht rushen. Weil sobald du erforscht, geht die Story weiter und neue Sachen verschalten sich frei.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
Ganz ehrlich, die Welt ist furchtbar. Die Menschen sind eine echte Plage und ich hoffe, dass du ihnen alle langsam schmerzvollen Tod bereitest.
I can't believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a misanthrope.
Lucky for you, I did destroy the world. I destroyed all of it and made it awful for everyone.
Wow, sie hat's einfach zugegeben. Sind das Klassen? Purgator, Justica, Interceptor? Ja, genau. Und Apothecary gibt's auch.
I'd point out that she just
Später kommen
admitted
noch
to
mehr.
obliterating the entire world, but I guess that wouldn't actually move you. Oh, it moves me. Whatever we do next, we should do our best to not let her out. But have you seen her angelic face? She should get a pass. She just wanted to make us happy. By destroying the world. Apparently, yeah. Rescue her? What are you talking about? Did you forget that she's a world-ending monstrosity?
Ja und?
And even if you wanted to unleash her onto the world, despite the complete moral disaster that would be, you'd have to get her out of those chains. Good luck with that. Don't you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her out with ease. No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the
Genau, I
chains.
can fix her.
If her hand could just slip out of the chains, why hasn't she done it already? Because we've yet to present her with her freedom. I'm not sure I follow. Would you rather believe me, a passionate heart guided by love and my own good nature?
Oh Gott.
Or would you rather believe the devil on your shoulder who tells you what you can and cannot do?
Keinen von beiden.
I think I'd rather believe in facts. Ah, so you're one of those empiricists. One of us has to be. Then let me show you a brand new truth. Narrator, we courageously step forward and free our beloved from her binding.
Narrator.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, you'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
Oh, what?
What do we do now?
Ja. Was willst du tun?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection.
Jetzt kommt's.
And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Oh. Weg von hier.
That sounds perfect.
The princess takes your hand, the last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers. We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending. I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with. You and the princess walk up the stairs hand in hand.
Hey!
Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what
Über was?
happens
Dass wir sie
after we
nicht
walk up the
getötet
stairs?
haben?
Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her. Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known. Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Wir können sie bestimmt öffnen, wenn wir es gemeinsam versuchen.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door.
Der hat so
Together.
keinen Bock.
Blech. And the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me? I told you our love was insurmountable. You and the princess make your way upstairs, and the blade, that's right, there's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
Nein.
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Ja.
You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer.
Ja.
I hate you. You know, if her walking out that door is really gonna end the world, can't we all just stay here? Seems like an easy win for everyone. That's not how this works. Yes, what he said, that's not how this works. Obviously, we have to leave with her. It's our happy ending.
Um glücklich zu sein, brauchen wir nur einander. Wieso bleiben wir nicht einfach hier und bauen uns gemeinsam ein Leben auf?
What a romantic suggestion. You're right. We don't need the world. All we need is each other. That's exactly what I just suggested. Was it not romantic when I suggested it? Did you suggest that? I wasn't listening. You answered me.
But the door's right there. We can just leave.
Wait. Why would she say that? Was she not wooed by our proclamation of love? Are we not enough for her? She's not wooed by you because staying here and building a life together isn't a seduction. It isn't anything. It's a non-answer. It can't be done.
Ja, vertrau mir, wir bleiben einfach hier.
But we would have to be here forever. I don't know you. This is really what you want, though, isn't it?
Her eyes dart uncomfortably to the corners of the room.
I guess we could do that.
She doesn't seem happy about this. But she can't be unhappy about staying with us. Can she? I don't know. She has a point. She doesn't know us. No. It has to be him. It has to be this place. If we just made these walls more fitting for a princess. If we just say the right things. If we just showed her the contents of our heart.
Oh Gott.
She'd be happy here.
Uh-oh.
As the voice thinks its thought, your hands raise, fingers pointing towards your chest, and then... What? No, you absolutely do not do that.
Nein.
Oh, but I do. What? What is he doing?
Wird unser
You
Herz
can't see unless you
offenlegen.
tell us. Are you sure you want to know? I suppose I can't stall forever. You plunge your nails into your chest, digging deep, grasping for a handhold. And you find it, your fingers curling around your ribs.
Oh no! What are you doing? Are you okay? You can't do that and be okay.
Time out. He should not be allowed to do that. He's not the decider. And yet, it's done, isn't it? It will be soon. You yank violently, your bones cracking with wet pops as you pull yourself apart inch by painful inch. Your exposed heart, framed by jagged ribs, thumps rhythmically in your raw, bloodied chest. The loosened threads of your body unfurling to cover the surface of the room. Don't mind my sacrifice. It's a fair price to pay to give her everything she doesn't know she wants.
Oh, I see. You're trying to tell me something. It's beautiful.
Uh-oh.
The princess, mesmerized, reaches towards your beating heart, and then everything goes dark and we die? Yes.
Glücklich bis ans Ende aller Tage.
You're on a path in the woods. Mate, we're clearly already in the cabin.
Ja, romantisch. Wir haben uns einfach ihr das Herz gegeben.
Excuse me? You're clearly... Oh. Huh. So you are. How do you know about the cabin? I didn't get to the cabin part of my opening monologue yet. We've been here before. Well,
yeah.
Not here, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You knew about the loop-in last time. Now. He's clearly disorientated. I'm sure all this new info is going to come as quite a shock to him. Best if we're gentle. And right on cue, here's the new guy. Welcome! Thank you. I'm just happy to be here. Okay, yes, I get it. You've been here before. That's terrible. You know that, right? Because the only reason you would have been here before is if you failed in whatever world you'd come from. Meaning you doomed an entire other reality. But I'm sure since you're so well-travelled, you know that, yes? Well, we know that now, thanks to you. We're all so lucky to be stuck with, working with someone so well-informed. You can count on us to do things right from here on out. I'm going to describe the room now.
Wo ist der Verliebte? Der ist nicht mehr da, nur der Opportunist.
The interior of the cabin is vast and regal. High arched windows line the walls, their multicolored glass casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the stone floor. An iron chandelier hangs from the vaulted ceiling, its many candles lit with flickering light, vaguely illuminating the massive room. Before you, there isn't a blade, is there?
Da ist kein Messer. Ist es denn wichtig, ob die Klinge hier ist? Letztes Mal haben wir sie nicht mal benutzt und das Mal davor hat uns damit umgebracht. Ja, wo ist die Stimme des Ergebenen?
Yeah, he was a bit of a loud one, wasn't he? Is he okay?
Hat sie ihn genommen? No way! War das sein Weg, bei ihr zu sein, indem er uns quasi geöffnet hat und sie hat unser Herz genommen, also ihn?
We're better off without him, if you ask me. One less opinion we have to contend with. Plus, he's the one who got us into this whole mess. Is that so? Maybe there is hope for you after all, free from the bad influence of your missing friend.
Wir ignorieren den Spiegel. Okay.
You cross the room, stopping just in front of the door to the basement. The handle is right there. Do feel free to give it a push.
Und der Erzähler sieht wieder den Spiegel nicht.
There is no door, there's a mirror. No, there isn't. Now this is tricky. My eyes say there's a mirror, but my brain says there isn't one. Look, if you need help, just raise your hand, and I'll guide it where it needs to go. You reach forward, your hand instinctively wrapping around the handle. It's gone. I'm just glad we can all agree on a shared reality. And then you push the door open. Marvellous. We can proceed. It would seem that the stairs to the basement don't lead to a basement at all.
Wait, what?
Rather, they go up. They're draped in fine carpet too, one that feels pleasantly soft against your feet.
Huh.
If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably... no, that doesn't work here at all.
Yeah.
This place is nice.
This place is nice. Kann ich hier
Whatever you
einziehen?
did in your previous lives, I deeply dislike how much it's thrown me off my rhythm. Don't worry about it, boss. You're doing great. I'm not, but I appreciate the encouragement. Well, if all of this has thrown you off your rhythm so much, then maybe we don't have to slay the princess. No, you absolutely do. Just because she lives in a nice house doesn't mean she doesn't pose a direct threat to all of reality. It's in her very nature. Her voice, gentle and warm, with an undercurrent of fatigue, rolls down the stairs.
You're home. Dinner's ready.
Oh.
As much as I desperately want to know what happened last time, we are not going to examine it. The more we think, the worse this gets. Why are you so on edge? This is much nicer than what we're used to. I'd like to have dinner.
Ja.
Dinner sounds nice.
Hey, Lea, gratis Essen.
Gotta say, I'm with him on this one, boss. When have nice things ever been a problem?
Dinner ist ready und beidig auf dem Bett. Wait, what?
That is the problem. This isn't supposed to be nice, and she's supposed
Du
to
meinst,
be
sie surft Kant?
This hall, like the one below, is grand and beautiful. Torches bathe the room in warm, comforting light, just enough to illuminate the tapestries along every wall, woven with scenes of chivalry and courtship and romance. The many cloth eyes are fixed on each other, gazes averted from the long table in the center of the room, the princess seated at its far end. Your pristine blade glints in the weak torchlight, hanging from a golden chain around the princess's neck.
Oh.
So that's where it is. And the tip is already pointed right at her heart. Okay, everything is falling back into place.
Was
All you
ist
have
das
to do
alles?
is cross the room, push down a little, and the entire world is saved. That's easy. Yeah, that is easy, isn't it? So, where's the rush?
You're here. Now we can start being happy together. Why don't you sit down? Wouldn't that be nice?
As the words leave her mouth, the torches flare and a chair swings in from behind, knocking your legs out from under you. You're forcibly seated at the head of the table.
Isn't that better? It is better, right?
Ja, du hast gesagt, es gibt Abendessen.
Oh, right, dinner. I totally forgotten about it.
The flames burn bright and a shadow dives across the table. In its wake, it leaves a feast.
Go ahead and dig in. I'm sure you're hungry.
Am I ever? And look at this spread. It's a feast fit for a king. Yeah, and after everything we've been through, we could use a break. More than that, we deserve a break. You begin to feast, and the princess follows suit, her soft smile never fading. The food is more exquisite than you ever could have imagined. You sample countless otherworldly dishes, sauces and bread and hearty stews whose tastes dance across your tongue. You tear at hunks of meat practically melting from the bone, juicy and tender and bursting with flavors you could scarcely begin to describe. Your cup fills itself again and again with a flowery nectar so sweet it tastes like glimmering jewels. This really is perfect, isn't it? It is the best meal you've ever had. But then it's over, and you're just as hungry as when you began.
Es war eine Illusion.
Wasn't that perfect? We should do it again.
The shadow washes across the table,
Wait, what?
clearing and replating. The feast is once again laid before you. The food is good. Again. You tear into golden crispy flesh, dab at the slurry of aromatic sauces on your plate with thick crusted bread, sip your goblet of sparkling gems. But you have done this already. A good meal is still a good meal, and we didn't even have to clear the dishes. I'm happy. And then it's over. And you're just as hungry as when you began.
You're still hungry too, right? I know this wasn't as good as it was last time, but we just have to do it again. That's all. It'll be perfect if we just do it again.
So the shadow sweeps over the table, clearing the old and laying out the new. And so the meat is fine, the bread is fine. You sample the side dishes and they're fine too. You finish your goblet, the liquid within no longer glimmering on your palate, instead leaving your mouth coated in a tacky film. You put it down and it fills again. You do not drink more. Well, food is food, isn't it? Can't always be amazing. What matters is that we don't have to make it. Getting other people to do the hard work always improves the taste. Does it? Because it seems like the taste is getting worse.
Yeah.
And we haven't had to so much as lift a finger. Regardless of quality, it's over again, and you're just as hungry as when you began. Again.
No, something was wrong that time. But maybe I was just tasting it wrong. It looks just as good as it did the first time. It shouldn't taste like this.
Again, the shadow replaces your feast, and again you eat. The meat is greasy. The bread is tough, its crust hurting your jaw as you chew. The grey vegetables are barely worth the effort of picking through.
Ist die neue
You don't
Stimme
even
gerade
touch the goblet. Its sickly sweet aroma
Der
utterly
Opportunist.
unappealing. I'm so tired of eating. Well, it's still free food we didn't have to make, right?
Jetzt, wo du
Who am
sagst.
I kidding? We were eating like kings and now we're eating like pigs. At least you still have the memory of how good it was the first time, right?
I'm so tired of this.
As the words leave her mouth, one of the torches on the wall sputters and then goes out entirely.
Oh.
What just happened? Did I do something wrong?
Not a fan of whatever just happened. I don't want to sit in the dark. Losers sit in the dark. I want to sit in a brightly lit, spacious room where we can see our beautiful, queenly wife. As if in response to the dousing of their brother, the other 3 torches blaze brighter, their flames licking at the walls. Their shadows deepen, dancing angrily across the stone.
Ich finde nicht, dass du etwas falsch gemacht hast. Ich glaube, du hast nur etwas gesagt, was du loswerden wolltest.
But it was wrong. I took away a piece of our light. I'm not supposed to do that. I don't want him to be upset with me.
Es ist die Stimme, die wir hatten. Sie ist in ihr. Das ist die Illusion, die er geschaffen hat. Ja, safe auch noch. Du hast er gesagt. Wer ist er?
He's the voice that whispers sweet nothings in my ear.
Mhm.
I think he made this place for us.
Is she talking about a real voice? Like us? But we're at the head of the table. We should be in charge. Is he more powerful than we are?
Hey Schatten, hast du nichts zu sagen?
The torches flare and the shadow grows for a moment, but you don't receive a response. Giving us the cold shoulder, I say, asserting his dominance in the power structure. Regardless, it would seem that he, if there is a he, isn't something you can talk to.
He says his words are just for me. But he wants me to ask, isn't this enough? Isn't this what you wanted him to do? He says he's tired. I don't think he'll answer anything else you have to say.
This isn't fair. If I could just talk to him for 2 seconds, I'm sure we could sort this out and figure out a balanced power structure that works better for everyone. But no, he's decided he's above talking to little guys like us, huh?
Was ist das für ein Ort?
It's our happy ending, just like you asked for. It's everything we're supposed to have ever wanted.
Ich bin ja gerade in Arthur und bekomme nur die Stimme mit. Das ist schon hart, das Game. Das hier oder? Was sollen wir jetzt machen? Ja, deines? Ja, es geht ziemlich deep tatsächlich. Ich bin gerade am Überlegen, die Stimmen, die wir hören, tauschen wir die Stimmen? Zum Beispiel, wenn sie uns tötet, taucht immer eine neue Stimme bei uns auf. Bekommen wir die von ihr? Springt sie rüber? Wir fangen ja an mit dem Erzähler und der Stimme des Helden. Und dann jedes Mal, wenn wir uns quasi für einen Weg entscheiden, kriegen wir dementsprechend eine neue Stimme. Je nachdem, welchen Weg wir gehen. Ich bleibe dabei, dass der Opportunist Krageri ist. Und scheinbar, der Schatten dahinter ist die Stimme des Ergebenen, der quasi für die für die Liebe war mit ihr und für wir leben auf immer und ewig in Liebe gemeinsam. Was sollen wir jetzt machen?
I don't know. Maybe we could play a game. Yeah, that's exactly what we should do.
The flames roar and the shadow comes dancing across the table. It leaves behind an intricate game, its pieces elegant and beautiful and enticing, its simple rules already apparent, even with little explanation.
We can probably work together to figure this out as we go. That sounds like a lot of fun, right?
Great, we don't even have a rule book. That means we can make up as many rules as we want. And we will. Don't worry, I am excellent at cheating. She'll never suspect a thing. I don't think it really matters. This all kind of feels like we're just filling time, you know? What, you don't want to win? To show our prowess in all avenues and accumulate respect? Wow, you would be hopeless without me. Count your lucky stars I'm here. You and the princess do indeed figure it out as you go. And what a game it is. The tension between turns, the triumphant highs of moves well placed, and the tragic lows of miscalculations and careless plays. The warmth of trust and the cool texture of deception.
Werden wir jetzt immer weiter und weiter spielen, bis alles
as she places her final
wieder
piece.
schlimmer wird?
Oh, I think we got the rules wrong.
And so you start over. She only made us start over because we were winning. Time passes. You play the game. You win. Boom. And there you have it. What did I tell you? Am I great at games or am I great at games?
Oh, you won. I guess we can play again.
Time passes. You play the game. She wins.
Oh, I won. I guess we can play again.
There is a long pause, and the board does not reset.
This isn't fun anymore, is it?
Ja.
You don't need me to tell you that it isn't.
Damn. Es wird voll Depri gerade.
The princess visibly panics as another torch sputters.
Wait. Maybe this is just too easy. Maybe if we added more rules and pieces, it would be fun again.
Yeah. The game's just a little simple. We can make it fun again. The shadow descends on the board once again. More pieces are added, their shapes more intricate, their purposes less immediately clear, and the two of you set about discovering the complexities of the game anew. And so you do. And it is fun again. In fact, it's almost as fun as the first time you played, and the sputtering torch roars back to life. But then you get used to the additions, and the feeling starts to fade. A creeping numbness settling in over the board. More pieces are added. The feelings flare. The feelings fade. The princess suggests new rules. A glimmer of what could have been excitement flits through your mind, quickly vanishing as the game progresses. Winning and losing become nothing but ends. And even the end becomes nothing as you roll over into a new game, the board resetting as many times as you can finish. Until finally...
I'm out of ideas. I'm actually out of ideas this time. I don't think I can play anymore.
Wusstest du, dass die Macher noch ein ähnliches gutes Spiel haben? Ja, du kannst gerne vorschlagen. Miko hat auch im Discord einen Empfehlungschannel gemacht, wo man auch Spiele reinposten kann, wo man denkt, andere Leute könnten es gefallen.
As the words leave the princess's mouth, another torch goes out. Again, the remaining flames burn brighter, and the shadow dances faster.
I'm happy. I promise. We're both so happy here. You don't have to be upset.
Hat sie Angst?
This is...
Ja,
awful.
Ist es.
Isn't it great that we're all having such a lovely time together?
Wow.
We just have to stay positive and realize how happy we are. Then all of those lights will stay on and keep showing us all the cool stuff we have. Yeah, Sure.
Wieder wurde verwundert. Harris. Oh nein. Bist du wirklich glücklich?
The princess starts to hyperventilate, her quick breaths punctuating the uncomfortable silence between you.
Yes! Why wouldn't I be? Let's not talk about it.
She's being defensive. And we all know being defensive is a sign of weakness.
What? Wir müssen die Wahrheit hören. Du musst mir sagen, was du wirklich fühlst.
I don't feel anything.
The third torch sputters out. The princess's shadow
Hab's
dances
reingeschickt.
furiously
Dankeschön.
against the far wall.
There's just one left. What's going to happen when it goes out?
Wofür würdest du dich entscheiden, wenn du dir was aussuchen kannst?
I think I'd like to dance under the stars.
That sounds lovely.
But there aren't any stars here. I'd have to leave.
As she says that, the shadow rushes forward and tightens its grip on her wrists.
I'm not happy here. I don't think I ever was.
The princess sobs, burying her face in her hands as the final torch blows out.
Also, das ist jetzt echt scheiße.
She raises her head, mascara trailing down her cheeks.
Yeah, it really, really does.
The princess's eyes dart to the floor.
Well, we can't sit here forever. That part of us is over.
Wow.
The princess pushes herself from her chair, and you instinctively do the same, waiting by the top of the stairs as she quietly crosses the room.
Do you still care about me?
Ist das Spiel eine Metapher für Beziehungen? Ich überlege gerade, was die anderen Wege waren. Diese Unterwürfigkeit, dann sie einfach töten. Das Spiel hat viele Ebenen. Ja, ich merke gerade, es ist... Dieser Weg gerade war heftig. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich jemals Gelegenheit dazu hatte, herauszufinden, ob du mir wichtig bist. Seit ich im Wald gelandet bin, wollte ich nur von hier weg.
Then maybe that's what we should do. Leave.
Geht.
You're offering surprisingly little resistance. If we leave the cabin, doesn't that end the world? He's right, you know. You're giving us some real mixed signals, boss. Yes, well, I've seen my fairy tale ending, and I think there might be worse things than the end of the world.
Ja. Der Erzähler hat recht, das war schrecklich.
Well, this is less work for us anyways. Think what you will. I'm done fighting.
Wow.
You and the princess don't exchange words as you descend the stairs to the cabin's entrance. And then the two of you step out into the world. I think this is the end of me, even if it's not the end of you. I hope this was worth it. Genuinely, I do. He's really gone. Isn't no boss anymore? No one left to tell us what to do? I guess we'll have to be our own boss then. About time.
The stars are so beautiful.
Ein Moment der Ruhe legt sich um euch, eine angenehme Stille.
I meant it when I said I wanted to dance.
Sie zieht dich sanft nach vorn und ihr beide nehmt einen anmutigen Takt auf. Der einzige Rhythmus, der euch leitet, sind eure Herzen, die in perfektem Einklang schlagen. Ihr erschöpftes, müdes Gesicht wird immer munterer, je schneller ihr euch bewegt. Ein sanftes, trauriges Lächeln wird immer breiter, bis es nur noch aus aufrichtiger Zuneigung besteht. Du wirbelst sie im Kreis umher, steckst deine Arme so weit wie möglich von dir und ihr werdet nur von den Umklammerungen eurer Hände zusammengehalten. Der Blick, den ihr euch schenkt, scheint eine Ewigkeit anzudauern.
Thank you for taking me here. This is nice, even if it's a little cold outside.
Wow. Das war mega traurig. Holy. Du schaffst es nicht zu antworten und das wirst du auch nie. Es ist Zeit zu gehen, deine Erinnerungen kehren zurück.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Alles wird gut, vertraut mir einfach. Wir waren schon mal hier und ihr habt jedes Mal Angst vor dem Spiegel.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. If he thinks it's bad, I'm with him.
Es ist Ende für euch, aber nicht für mich.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. You better watch your back. You can't get rid of me that easy.
Du näherst dich dem Spiegel. Es ist totenstill, als du deine Hand ausstreckst. Wieder einmal sind sie fort. Der Spiegel lässt sie verschwinden, aber du musst sehen, was in ihm ist. Du bist ausgezehrt. Du befindest dich wieder in der langen Stille. Du stehst vor der Hütte.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again.
Stirbt sie jedes Mal?
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Spielt keine Rolle, wie oft ich zurückkehre. Letztendlich tut immer einer von uns dem anderen weh. Verändert dich das nicht? Macht es nicht zu etwas Schlimmerem?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
Ich kenn dich nicht. Sag nichts.
You are what brings me meaning. Know that the pain of your journey will subside in due time. But you still have a ways to go before we are done.
Was hältst du von diesem Gefäß?
This one is a songbird in a cage of gilded shadows. She will make for an honest heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally learned to sing for herself.
Weißt du, was mit den Welten passiert, die wir zurücklassen?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Hast du dich jetzt entschieden, was du machst?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Okay.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Alles wird schwarz und du stirbst. Nochmal.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
Was könnte ich... Ich könnte mich einfach umdrehen und gehen, aber das würde keinen Sinn machen, weil wir wollen ihr ja Gefäße bringen.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further.
Waren vorher Sterne am Himmel?
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Ja, okay.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and the blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Wir
Take
nehmen
the
das
blade
Messer
from the
mit.
table. It'd be rather difficult. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Die Stimme ist komplett anders, je nachdem, ob du das Messer nimmst oder
She
nicht.
sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the base.
She's so coldly beautiful.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Hab mich noch nicht
How about you
entschieden.
drop the knife and the two of us just...
Look how reasonable she's being. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us. You ignore
Klammere
the
die
trembling in
Klinge.
your hands and tighten.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward. your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding...
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be... You're so close. Don't know, this is a good idea. Maybe we can de-escalate.
Oh, threatened, are we? You poor thing.
Ja, sie will, dass ich das Messer fallen lasse. Ich will bis zum Schluss das Messer behalten.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Ja.
I guess we are.
For the love of everything. Or drop the blade.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Ja,
Goodness.
sie lässt dir keine Wahl. Jetzt lasse ich sie fallen.
The blade tumbles out of your...
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the... We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her.
Mich wundert
Just make
eins,
sure you don't forget
dass du
about
den
the blade on
anderen
the
Weg
floor.
nicht benutzt hast
You're
im
going to
Wald.
need it.
Das ist kein Spoiler. Den anderen Weg, meinst du einfach zurückgehen? Habe ich noch vor, aber ich will erstmal mehr mit ihr interagieren.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Wir sind ja dabei, andere Gefäße für was auch immer diese Entität ist, am Schluss zu beschaffen. Wie heißt du?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
Wie lange bist du hier?
Too long.
Again, she offers no specifics, no matter how hard you try.
Weißt du, warum ich dich töten
Do
soll?
you?
Ich weiß, was man mir gesagt hat, aber weiß nicht, ob ich es glauben soll.
So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this isn't talking. Don't jump to any weird...
Yep.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Du hast sie
That
eingesperrt.
seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her...
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You, and if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret...
You have to make a choice. I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
Nein, wir halten uns an den Plan.
It'll be the death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way. You
Oh
close
wow,
the
ich kann
basement
wirklich
door,
rausgehen.
locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that
Oh.
once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door.
Oh,
It isn't long before you start to drift off.
Eigentlich wollte ich einen anderen
eyelids
Weg gehen.
heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there.
oh boy.
Make things easier on yourself and let me out. It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece.
Ich glaube, sie ist
I won't
wütend.
forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it.
Ich hab dich nur drin
You
gelassen.
won't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
Oh boy.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Let me in! Let me in! Ignoriere sie und schlafe.
Just ignore her. Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention to it. You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall.
Der hat einen guten Beat.
You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that
Oh.
awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe
Oh.
I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only help me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
Oh,
It
das
can't
glaubst
be.
auch nur du.
This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Der Albtraum.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
Neue Stimme?
A warning. Before she will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she...
I don't think lying and cheating is a thing. She was
Hast du
very
neu
direct with
angefangen?
us
Wir
last
gehen
time.
den Weg die ganze
Or at least
Zeit.
she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
Wir können nicht sterben. Wir scheinen unsterblich zu sein. Und wir gehen den Weg die ganze Zeit. Wir können uns dran erinnern, die Stimmen aber nicht. Der Erzähler kann sich eigentlich nur an jeden Weg erinnern, einmal. Die anderen Stimmen können sich an einen gesamten Weg erinnern, bis wir bei der letzten Entität landen, beim Spiegel. Dann verschwinden auch die Stimmen. Wir erinnern uns aber an alles. Und diese Entität hat gesagt, wir sollen ihr verschiedene Perspektiven bringen der Prinzessin. Das heißt quasi verschiedene, Persönlichkeiten von ihr holen. Aber irgendwie glaube ich langsam, dass es Persönlichkeiten von uns selber sind, weil unsere Stimmen auch verschwinden.
It doesn't matter. Don't
Der Paranoiker.
trust anyone.
Zum Beispiel die Stimme vom Ergebenen ist weg. Am Ende kommt raus, die Prinzessin ist einfach dagegen.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door?
Da ist keine
It's just
Tür.
an empty frame.
Oh, da sind Augen im Fenster. Wow, hier auch.
She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Jetzt ist die Frage, will ich das Messer mitnehmen oder nicht? Es würde Sinn machen, dass ich es mitnehme. Lieber haben als brauchen. Let's go.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. Good. Steel can't lie to us.
Na, wenn sie ein Geist
Is
ist.
it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb?
Wer bin ich? Link?
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Okay.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series
Bist
of
du
isolated
begeistert?
steps, suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Come back? She must have you confused with someone else.
Ja, der Erzähler kennt immer nur einen Weg.
You really don't remember,
Sie
do
kennt
you?
auch
It doesn't matter, we need a
den
game
ganzen
plan.
Weg.
We know we can't just go down there unprepared.
Wie schwer ist es, ein Messer zu werfen? Ich will sie einfach töten. Der Erzähler scheint sicher, dass ich es kann. Spring in die Leere.
You attempt to step off the stairs and into the pitch black surrounding them, but you're stopped by an invisible force. Why did you do that? What did you think would happen?
Ich war neugierig.
Congratulations, you really lucked out. Of all the things that could have happened from stepping into a void, nothing is quite possibly the best outcome you could have gotten. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Nach rechts.
You turn to the right. A faintly outlined path lies before you,
There you are.
Oh Gott.
I told you I was going to find you.
Oh boy.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think. What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out
Oh.
as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver,
Ja, die klingt doch nett.
nerves,
Man kann sich unterhalten.
lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Nerves, heart. What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late. Heart, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
Was ist passiert, nachdem du mich das letzte Mal getötet hast?
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then... well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too. I don't think I can leave without you.
Oh.
And dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
Liver, nerves,
Warum hast du mir gedroht, wenn du mich lebend brauchst?
I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you? And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option. But it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me. You seem miserable.
nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
Was, wenn ich dich nicht rauslasse?
Then we're stuck down here together. Until you change your mind.
Static, and a skipped beat as she touches your shoulder and whispers in your ear. No! Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
Or until your heart finally gives out. And then, when you die, I'll find myself somewhere new. And before too long, you'll be there too. That's how this all works, right? This doesn't end until you let me out. And a lot can happen before then. I'm sure I can get creative.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, 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 nerves, heart.
Ich werde nichts von all dem tun, ich helfe dir nicht hier raus und ich werde nicht versuchen, dich zu töten. Mach also, was du willst.
Are you serious? Liver, nerves, heart, you fling the blade into the void, denying yourself the opportunity to ever slay her and finish your mission.
Nobody's happy here, but maybe it's for the best.
You poor deluded thing. You think a single moment of bravery changes you into something you're not? I am what I am, and you're always going to be a coward.
She raises a hand to her mask and pulls
Whoa.
it down. You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath before it envelops you. Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again, decay and bloom, A million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken. No.
Let me out.
Your existence hurts them.
Let me out.
A lonely soul in a room by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years and then it's gone. And then it's there again.
Let me out.
A reprieve. A good life. Love. Children. A steady career. Recognition from your peers. Here one moment. Gone the next. The worms have found their orifices.
Oh.
Let me out.
Diagnosis. It forgets everything it is. Anger. Rage. Distance. Poverty. The lonely soul is lonely again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier.
Let me out.
No. What's happening to us?
Let me out.
This is all too much. I can't keep going. You can't keep going? What
Ja,
are you talking
was soll
about?
das heißen? Er antwortet nicht.
I think I broke you.
Uh-oh.
I'll see you soon. You'll know what to do.
Dein Körper ist tot, aber du lebst weiter. Moment der... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Moment of clarity.
You're on a path in the... Shit. What the hell was that? Who are we? What are we doing?
There was a princess, I think.
Der Gebrochene.
It's all so fuzzy. It hurts when I try to remember.
You shouldn't know about the princess. At least, not until I... You've already been here, haven't you?
I guess.
It feels so long ago, almost like we've never left.
We have to let her out.
No, that's the opposite of what you're here to do. You have to slay her. Slay? We decided not to do that, didn't we? Yeah, we're supposed to let her out. It's really the only way this works out for us. If you think about it, she's the one with power here. Nobody else can do much of anything. No, we were supposed to keep her trapped there forever. I think.
Okay, der Sturkopf ist wieder da. Ich hätte gedacht, dass das erste Mal der Sturkopf gewesen wäre. Die dritte Stimme war der Ergebene. Die zweite Stimme oder die zweite Persönlichkeit, die wir gegeben haben. Ich hätte gedacht, die erste war der Sturkopf. Ja, das nimmt meine Theorie weg, dass die Stimmen verschwinden, wenn wir die Persönlichkeit übergeben.
We're supposed to be unfeeling. How many times do I have to tell you to snuff out your heart?
Gleichgültig.
We can't be unfeeling. Not when there's so much fear everywhere.
War der erste nicht der Gebrochene? Ja, aber der ist auch wieder da. Es gab den Ergebenen. Der Ergebene war der Schatten, den wir ihr gegeben haben und der diese Liebesgeschichte kreiert hat im Turm. Das war die dritte. Die zweite war die mit den ganzen Messern. Die erste war diese Göttin, die in diesem Fleischkeller war im Endeffekt. Aber die Stimmen sind wieder da. Stimme des Gejagten.
There's nothing for us to do. We've already tried everything. We love her, so we have to set her free.
Okay, da geht meine Theorie aus dem Fenster. Da ist er wieder. Der Ergebene ist immer noch da. Ja, ich habe gedacht, dass die Stimmen verschwinden. Aber da ist er.
Can we love something that hates us? Can we love something that hurts us? To be given an ounce of kindness from something so cruel would be more pure than any other love. Why are there so many of us? There aren't supposed to be so many of us.
Ja, wir sind wirklich viele. Normalerweise kriege ich bei einem Tod eine Stimme. Und nicht alle.
This is bad. You need to get a grip. What did you let happen? How many times have you been here?
Hier? Sag einfach 11. Bleiben wir einfach hier?
You do nothing. You can't just do nothing.
Ja.
You have to do something.
Nein.
That's a new one.
Ja.
Huh. Do you think it'll work?
Wir chillen einfach.
No. Nothing ever works.
Boo! You're the worst one. He's not the one who got us into this mess. At least I keep you breathing around her. See? That's why the sad one's the worst. The jumpy one tries. Who cares? All of you just yap about
Ich mag den Sturkopf. My man.
And that kind of attitude is why you're in the top half. Great. And that's why you're not the top. I want to see what nothing does for us. And right now all of you aren't letting nothing happen. Hopefully this stuffs all the rest of them someplace quiet. You need me. And you need to not have them. He'll get you killed by himself. Oh, all of us have gotten all the rest of us killed at one point or another. That's hardly even a concern now. As the little voices bicker amongst themselves, you do your best to stay still in the woods. It is difficult, and the more time you spend waiting, the harder it will be to sharpen your focus when you need it. I wonder what we look like right now. Are we standing? Sitting? I like to think we have an air of dignity. My point exactly.
Nichts.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Oh. Oh. Sie lässt mich nicht. Irgendwas ist falsch.
Of course we're wrong.
She's the only thing that's right. Yes, obviously they're all wrong. What are you going to do about it?
Was, wenn wir nicht zur Hütte gehen?
We've tried that. It doesn't work. Our hearts always brought us back to her. The deck is stacked. So many paths, and they're all circles.
Wie oft wart ihr alle hier?
Many times. It feels like we've been here forever. It also feels like we've barely been here at all.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, we just have to do what she says and then everything will be fine. It won't. It will be for us. She said so. You're part of everything. If things aren't fine for everything, they won't be fine for you. There's no difference between fine and not fine. It just goes on and on.
Also gibt keinen Sinn. Ich erinnere mich nur an 2 Versuche vor diesem. Nein, es waren 3. Ein paar von euch scheinen sich an überhaupt keine zu erinnern. War ich die anderen Male auch hier? Hat jemand anderes die Entscheidung getroffen? Naja, wir wissen, dass die Erinnerungen gelöscht werden. Aber mal schauen, was sie sagen.
What does here even mean if you really think about it? Shut up. You were here.
Every single time.
You did your best, really. There's just a pecking order. And our cruel and beautiful goddess sits atop it, right where she's always belonged. You're lucky. What I would give to be able to forget. I've tried to keep them numb, but they're all too soft. A shame, really.
Wenn ich mich nicht erinnere, dann war ich es nicht.
Don't think about that too hard. All it will do is weaken your resolve and make it that much harder for you to slay her.
Maybe you're shattered in your own way. Are you your memories? Or are you the one perceiving the present moment?
Ugh, here you go philosophizing again. It never goes anywhere.
Yes, this is far from the first time you've asked us about consciousness. Who am I? What am I? What is I?
Who even cares? They're good questions, great questions even, but they don't have any answers, and they all just end in quivering torment. It doesn't matter what we do, because we always find her, and if we don't find her, she always finds us.
Ja, aber nicht außerhalb der Hütte.
Into smaller pieces.
If you
Sie kann die
all just
Hütte nicht
stopped
verlassen.
feeling, we could have been done with this ages ago. Your thoughts are far too scattered to rein back in. Your only option is to silence them.
Ich weiß nicht, ob ich sie erschlagen kann.
I don't care how you feel. You have to slay her. You have to pull yourself together. You have to snap out of it. You're lucky you haven't been stuck here like the rest of them. There's no other way to keep going. You either need to forget, or you need to stop feeling much of anything. They can't do either. He's not wrong. He's the only smart one left, if you ask me.
He's worse than her.
Verstehst du, was sie sagen?
There's nothing worth making sense of. They're clearly all traumatized.
And yet, you aren't. We break apart, and you stay the same.
Yeah, what's your secret? Why can you break the rules when we can't? You slowly make your way through the umbral forest, bumping against unseen trees as you grasp through the darkness for a way forward. But eventually, you do make it to the cabin. Or rather, you make it to the place a cabin should have been. Instead, all you find is an empty hill.
Sieht wieder den Spiegel nicht.
No, this isn't right. There's a cabin there. There's always supposed to be a cabin there.
Don't ask him about the mirror. He always says he never sees it.
He always lies. And he always makes it gone. Stay focused. You still have a job to do, and it's best not to be distracted by fraying thoughts. There is no mirror. You know that as well as I do. She's still here, buried deep inside the earth. Just walk up the hill. You always give too much space to the others. It's why you always lose.
Was ist daran so falsch, ihnen Spielraum zu geben? Was es ihnen hilft?
They've been hurt too much. It's why they are the way they are. Exactly. They are delusions, and all that catering to them will do is drag you down to their level. You have to keep moving. Or you could just give up. You walk up the hill, hesitating just beyond the bounds of the cabin.
The cabin that isn't there.
You've got to clean the mirror, haven't you? You've got to see what's in it.
Smash it to pieces.
She's on the other side, and we have to let her out. It's the only way we can be free.
It's the only way we can have our thoughts back. Just go around it. Just do something. It doesn't matter what. Proceed. Proceed to where? I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more specific. That's another new one. How do you keep coming up with new things? I hope this works better than nothing did. Of course
Oh, komm on, nichts dumm, ein guter
He
Plan.
always makes the best decisions. It's why he gets to make them.
Redet er von mir?
And it already has worked.
Oh.
It's gone, don't you see?
We're one step closer to her.
The interior of the cabin is much the same as the exterior of the cabin. A dull, fuzzy, dreamlike nothing. It's empty and isolating, but there's just enough vague shape and unknown texture to suggest the structure they're in. Wrong and unsettling as it may be. The only object of note is a pristine blade buried in the dirt floor, a hint of its shining edge teasing through the sediment. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. Take it. It's the only way forward.
Die anderen kann ich nicht wählen. muss die Klinge nehmen.
You reach down to take the blade, but as you do, the ground beneath it shifts, the weapon sinking deep into the earth. You lean over the hole and gaze into the abyss. It is so very deep, deep in the bowels of the earth. You see something staring back at you. It fills you with dread. It's she's watching us. She never stops watching us.
You really are a coward.
Hey.
With every word she speaks, the princess in the pit blinks closer.
I was joking when I said that way back when. You know that, right?
And closer.
I was having some fun, and I guess I wanted to see if I could melt you.
And closer.
Watching over me forever? That was so brave.
And closer.
But forever is so long. Except for me. I've already taken your will, and you're not getting it back. All that's left is for you to take my hand and let me out. It'll be so much fun. You and me, together, exploring the world and spreading fear wherever we go. Well, mostly just me. But you'll get to be there too. A witness. I can even make you a little cage if you want. Gilded and everything.
Wow.
Now don't pause. Don't try to resist. I've already molded you into what I need. And you lost your powers so long ago. Don't bother working yourself into a frenzy to get it back.
Do something. Do anything that isn't taking her hand.
Ich kann nichts anderes wählen.
You extend your hand to hers. For all her past cruelties, the moment feels gentle, tender even. I can't believe you just made me say that. I hate you. The motion is difficult at first, as if something still resists your efforts. But then that resistance gives way, and it's over.
And that's the end. I wonder what we're going to do next.
I didn't think I'd be so tired.
Die Prinzessin sackt in sich zusammen.
Why is it so cold?
Oh, die Hände. Und weg ist sie. Du schaffst es nicht zu antworten und das wirst du auch nie. Es ist Zeit zu gehen, deine Erinnerung kehren zurück.
She's gone. Yeah. I can finally think again. Almost. That mirror's back. What does that mean for us? I'm sure it'll be whisked away just like her. Maybe it won't be gone. Things are different now. It doesn't seem like there's much else to do here.
Finally, we can smash it.
Oh, will you stop with the smashing?
What do we say, boys? One last vain attempt to look at ourselves.
Yeah. I think I'd like that.
Seems we've got a majority. All that's left is to give it a look.
Du gehst noch einmal auf den Spiegel zu, doch seine Geheimnisse bleiben verborgen, seine Rätsel bleiben
Someone
ungelöst.
tells me that this is the end of the line. But I don't feel bad about it. I'm ready. It feels okay. The fear's gone. I'm done fighting. My heart feels quiet. The game was always going to end. I'll be free of all of you. I'm ready for the truth. I'm ready to sleep.
I'm just ready to be anywhere that isn't here.
Boys, it's been an honor.
Es ist totenstill, als du deine Hand ausstreckst. Wieder einmal sind die fort. Spiegel lässt sie verschwinden, aber du musst sehen, was in ihm ist. Du löst dich auf. Ja, da kommt meine Theorie her, dass sie Teile von uns nimmt und nicht von der Prinzessin.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Glaubst du, wir sind real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Clever. Was hältst du von diesem Gefäß?
This one is a waiting maw, an inevitable destination where all roads end. She will make for a wise heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
Weißt du, was passieren wird, wenn du erwachst?
If I did, I would already be awake.
Wenn du mich zurückschickst, bin ich nicht allein. Ich höre Stimmen, die mit mir reden. Ein paar gehören mir, aber eine ist anders. Ich nenne ihn den Erzähler. Und er will, dass ich dich töte. Hast du auch einen Erzähler? Hatten die Gefäße einen?
No, their minds are empty, existent.
Alles klar, Miko. Wünsch schon mal gute Nacht.
Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
Ich weiß nicht warum, aber ich bin mir ganz sicher.
I am on the cusp of my awakening. Perhaps you are on the cusp of yours.
Nee, ich löse mich auf. Wie viele Gefäße?
One. Whatever you bring me next will be enough. And then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude.
Wünschst du dir ein bestimmtes Gefäß?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
Nur noch ein Gefäß und dann bist du vollkommen. Wenn das so ist, dann gehe ich nicht zurück, ich bleibe einfach hier.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you.
Warte.
I will see you when you return. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Wait, what? Ich glaube, ich kann nicht warten. Jetzt bin ich gespannt. Schöner Hintergrund. Danke.
You have returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments,
Wow.
I never left your side.
Wow. No way. Ich bin beeindruckt. Ich muss sagen, das war heller smooth. Yo. Kein Ladebildschirm, kein gar nichts. Du startet das Spiel und sie ist wieder da. Sie hat einfach gesagt, du brauchst vielleicht ein bisschen Zeit und du wirst wiederkommen. Und ich werde auf dich warten. Wow. Das ist... Glaubst du, da draußen leben Menschen?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us. You and I are the only things that interest me.
Ich bin bereit.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Alles wird schwarz und du stirbst. Wow, das war so gut.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Kann ich mich umdrehen?
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Nein. Nö.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange.
Oh, natürlich.
It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Was wohl passiert, wenn du an der Stelle den PC ausmachst und erst am nächsten Tag anmachst? Oder ob es das auch mitbekommt? Ich glaube nicht, dass im Hintergrund ein Programm noch weiter gelaufen ist. Ich glaube wirklich, das Spiel merkt sich, was du, wenn du an dieser Stelle bist. Weil wenn du das Spiel zum ersten Mal startest, hat es auch einen gewissen Ladebildschirm, bevor es irgendwas macht. Ich glaube, das ist geplant. Weil ich habe auch bemerkt, dass es verdächtig lange gedauert hat beim ersten Starten. Und es gibt eigentlich normalerweise keinen Grund dafür, außer so etwas. Das heißt, es checkt schon im Hintergrund, was abgeht und gibt dir dann dementsprechend den Start, den du, an dem du bist gerade. Richtig gut. Also ich fand das, wow. Das hat mich geflasht. Wir gehen wieder.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Vielleicht sollten alle sterben. Das haben sie davon, wenn sie mich nirgendwo im Wald absetzen und für mich erwarten, jemanden für sie zu töten.
When I said everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over a single princess. And, last I checked, you're part of everyone too, so if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Dann laufe ich eben in eine andere Richtung.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin.
Wait, what's going on?
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Die Fremde?
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
Ich kenne all deine Tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking.
Nonconformist.
He's like a captive audience. The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off.
Toni, es gibt noch ein Spiel in die Richtung. Zeige ich dir dann.
The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know,
Kommt
we
erst
just
noch
got
raus.
lucky.
The world hasn't ended yet. And you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Ja, die Wände gab's letztes Mal noch nicht.
What are you talking about? I'm
Yeah.
sure those walls have always been there.
Nein.
It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
Wenn ich mich nicht von der Hütte entfernen kann, bleibe ich halt hier im Wald bis in alle Ewigkeit.
You have already committed
Ja,
to your
ja, ja,
conclusion.
ich weiß, ich weiß.
You cannot go further astray.
Sie lässt mich nicht.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it.
Let's keep an open mind.
The cabin interior is wrong.
Oh.
A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space.
Whoa.
It's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity? No, we're taking the knife.
Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with.
I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise?
You can't just say that. And when everything here is so wrong.
Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard.
Okay, I'm fine.
Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Wir nehmen nicht die Klinge.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
Ist aber sehr paranoid.
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby.
I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall.
Yeah.
No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure.
And what's that?
That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Die raue Treppe.
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs, until there's nothing left in them to feel. The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold. Your toes feel like blocks of ice, your breaths puff out
Ja, das sieht
in clouds of
ungemütlich
condensed
aus.
vapor. You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether.
Der Mauszeiger hat sich geändert.
Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you just going to stand there?
Hi.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
Hier runterzukommen war seltsam, als hätte man dich auseinandergenommen und wieder zusammengesetzt.
What, like you need me to hold your hand to tell you everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here? We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. Where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time?
Nicht das hier.
Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Wie heißt du?
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really. It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long. What's the point of a name if there's no one around to use it?
Es gibt mehr von dir.
And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin? I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger. There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? We'd always start by retrieving the blade. Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
Ich werde dich hier rausholen, versuche jetzt sie zu befreien. Ich weiß nicht, was du bist, aber ich kann dir nicht vertrauen. Ich kann hier auf gar nichts vertrauen. Lass sie im Keller zurück, hol die Klinge. Oh wow, ich kann einfach verschiedene Sachen machen. Du solltest eine Gefahr für die Welt darstellen. Ich wurde geschickt, um dich zu erschlagen.
And do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster?
Everything you've heard about me is true, and I'm going to lay waste to everything, starting with you.
Okay, this was fun for a bit, but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers? Can't even follow what's going on anymore. We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
Was wirst du tun, wenn ich dich hier raushole?
I don't think what I do really matters, does it? I just want to live my life. I'm a prisoner here, and whether or not you shoved me down here, you're practically my captor at this point. Anything I'd say is tainted by that. Besides,
You already know what I'm going to do.
if you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Not a single real answer. At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction, it's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse. This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Ich werde dich hier rausholen, versuche dich zu befreien. Ich weiß nicht, was du bist, aber ich kann dich nicht vertrauen. Ich kann hier auf gar nichts vertrauen. Lass sie im Keller zurück, hol die Klinge.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions.
Whoa.
You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this...
Oh.
We can't...
Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all
Falls apart?
I think he's gone.
We were never going to salvage
Yet,
this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I
We.
think we did this.
How surprisingly sincere.
I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
Sag nichts. Oh. Doch du wirst nie erfahren, ob sie dein Schweigen gehört hat. Sie ist fort. Deine Erinnerung kehrt zurück.
She's gone. Where did she go? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Ja, das war schnell. Es sind auch so wenig Stimmen
This
dieses
doesn't feel
Mal.
right. It feels different. Final. Yeah, don't look at it. I don't like that thing.
Stimmen hören sich klein und weit entfernt an, als du dich ihm näherst. Es ist totenstill, als du deine Hand ausstreckst. Wieder einmal sind die fort. Die Spiegel lässt sich verschwinden, aber du musst sehen, was in ihm ist. Du bist rein gar nichts. Aber das ist nicht wahr. Du kannst nicht nichts sein. Du schaust genauer hin und dann siehst du sie. Eine Gestalt schwach und in Schatten gehüllt. Direkt hinter deinem Spiegelbild.
I think you know what I am.
Tue ich das? In der oberen Spiegelmitte bildet sich ein Sprung, der die Reflexion nach und nach in zwei Teile spaltet. Dann entsteht noch ein Sprung und noch einer, bis der Spiegel in lauter scharfe Glasscherben zerfällt. Dann entsteht noch ein Sprung und noch einer. Hier sind... Oh, was zum... Ist das ein Rabe? Du bist also der Erzähler. Ich hatte mich schon gefragt, ob ich dich jemals zu Gesicht bekommen werde.
The narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
Wenn du nicht ich bist, was bist du dann?
I am an echo. Likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Wenn du mich erschaffen hast, was bin ich dann?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Oh, ich habe nicht mehr viele Fragen, die ich beantwortet bekomme. Wie soll ich die Welt vom Tod befreien?
By slaying the princess. Once she's gone, everyone will get to exist exactly as they are. No more fear, no more howling chaos, just life. Forever.
Das klingt sus. Ich bin mir ziemlich sicher, dass der Tod etwas Gutes ist. Seine Existenz ist wichtig.
That's your belief. There's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you can't grasp the abject horror of dying.
Bist du ein Gott oder warst du ein Gott?
No. In life I was painfully mortal. A witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything I knew and everyone I loved. I needed to do something. So I made you. And I made her. And I made this place to hold you both.
Mein Gott, ich wusste immer, dass ich was Besonderes bin. Ja, das fand ich auch gut. Ich hätte das alles gar nicht sehen sollen, oder? Ich meine, ja. Was ist die Prinzessin?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. Seems that every me you met did a real shit job of it, though.
Wenn ich sie zerstöre, bin ich da nicht ganz allein?
Yes, you will. But it will all be worth it.
Da bin ich mir nicht sicher. Woher weißt du, dass nicht alles schlimmer wird?
Of course there could be worse. I saw a glimpse of a better world and I did what I could to make it real. Anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave.
Was ist dann mit der Sammlung, die ich mache für diese Entität? Weiß er, wer sie ist? Weiß noch jemand von uns?
Of course not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion. When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
Ich habe mich noch nicht entschieden. Ich muss sie noch fragen, was sie von all dem hält.
I've said my piece, and my time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. and echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
Als die letzte Glasscheibe zerspringt, siehst du dich selbst in einem neuen, klaren Licht. Der Erzähler hatte recht, du bist die lange Stille, ein gewaltiger, im Entstehen begriffener Gott. Und es ist endlich Zeit für dich aufzuwachen. Alles hier bist du. Am Ende deiner Reise gibt es kein letztes Gefäß, dessen Geschichte du bezeugen könntest. Es gibt nichts für dich zu finden. Wow.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Weißt du von dem Echo? Hast du unsere Gespräche gehört?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him.
Ich bin hier lange stille, aber ich weiß nicht wirklich, was es bedeutet.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
Was passiert jetzt?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echoes spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Hast du nicht auch was zu sagen?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
Lass uns darüber reden. Ich habe noch so viele Fragen.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach, and you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
Hey.
Mob you. There is no beginning to them, and there is no end. And there is no end. There is only the flood of bodies. There is only the flood of bodies. In every moment you hold every possible sensation at once. And then you hold them all again. Sensation at once. And then you hold them all again. But in the end, you reflected it back at me. For a brief moment, both of us were everything. We can be everything again. We can be a beautiful and endless song.
Ich lasse mich nicht auf Gewalt ein.
But violence has defined the flow of everything between us. Do not deny what we are, and do not color our conflict with fear.
There are few things more terrifying than one's own heart, and there is almost nothing more terrifying than sharing it with another. But the most terrifying thing of all is to leave one's heart unshared. You are the only thing like me, and I am the only thing like you. Could you bear the weight of an eternity alone? Do you dare to shape a reality of solitude and thrust it on creation?
Wenn es nötig ist, um die Welt von Leid zu befreien, dann werde ich die Einsamkeit ertragen. Ja. Du sprichst von Leben und Tod und Stillstand und Veränderung, aber darum geht's dir doch gar nicht.
Oh, is it not? Perhaps you can enlighten me. A picture of a life, and a picture of a life, and a picture of a life. How deep must repetition still our movements, until even the air we breathe is stale? You doused the flames of false devotion, and in my despair you lifted my chin, and the two of us danced beneath the stars. But the stars can't be seen unless the flames go out, and the walls come crashing down. Can you not do for all things what you did for us?
Was wir dort erlebt haben, war schrecklich, aber das muss nicht unser Schicksal sein, wir können etwas Besseres erschaffen.
What we saw was a world without me. Everything will be okay, so long as we leave together.
A boundless torrent of blades cuts you from boundless angles. You are a body. You are gory ribbons. You are a body again. And you feel all of it. On it goes until your bodies are not your thoughts, are not you. Alive, dead, alive, dead, alive, dead, then alive and dead, and alive and dead, all at once.
You learned to put yourself away, and in your stillness you rose above me. You died countless steely deaths, and you lived countless short lives, and yet it is all so far behind you. I pushed you to a greatness you never would have reached without me.
Wenn du den Körper nicht fortgerissen hättest, hätten wir uns gegenseitig getötet. Wir waren selbstzerstörerisch.
Were we self-destructive, or did the beauty of our dance reach beyond the shadow of death? It was lethality that made us what we were.
What is a person? Is it their body? Is it all of their body? Pluck the eyes, peel the skin, strip the tendons, mince the meat, grind the bones. When it is all gone, do you still have who you started with? A person is not a body. Death is a transformation into something new. It is only bodies that feel it.
Ja, wir müssen nicht immer einander wehtun.
You cling to your notion of pain and suffering. There is beauty in ugliness and love in conflict.
Als der Schlagabtausch zwischen euch abläuft, zieht sich die Prinzessin zitternd zurück.
You are unmovable. Is it by the design of our conflict that I cannot win? Or are you just that fervent in how you cling to delusion? Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
Oh. Du tust, was du kannst, um mir deine Sichtweise zu erklären, aber meine ignorierst du dabei völlig. Wenn du glaubst, dass du mich ändern kannst, dann muss ich dich auch ändern können.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Oh. Held bist du?
I'm all of them, I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
Ja, du hast ja keine Ahnung, wie gut es ist, deine Stimme zu hören.
It's good to be here. Seems like you've been doing all right on your own, but she's too many things at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get past all that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
Okay.
Then let's go. And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things?
Sind nur noch wir zwei übrig?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
Ist der Erzähler wirklich weg?
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
Ich weiß nicht, was ich davon halten soll.
Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he?
Könntest du mir die Hütte beschreiben?
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's a cabin, yeah? There isn't much here, just a table and a knife and a door. And some windows. There's no mirror, either. I think you broke it. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Nein.
No blade it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far. The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
Have you figured out what you want to do yet, or are you going to keep trying to find a center that doesn't exist?
It sounded just like that. A little sharp, a little menacing. Only she didn't know us. And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And there you are. Hands empty. So you don't feel like recreating our first meeting detail for detail. I wonder what else will be different.
Sie ist nicht in der Kette.
Maybe there's still room for us to chat before the final curtain call. What do you say?
Setz dich zu ihr. Ja, welche bist du?
I'm the same princess that's been with you since the beginning. And I feel real. But I also feel like I'm a lot more than I was then. We've been through a lot together. I don't think there's anything more real than that.
Was hältst du von ihr?
I don't think she's the sort of thing you can really disagree with. It doesn't matter if she's right or wrong because she exists. She's this big, unrelenting force, and there's no arguing with her. But I guess that was the question out there, wasn't it? And it was the question before you came down here, too. Should she get to exist? I'm glad you didn't bring that knife with you. And I don't want to be her, if that's what you're asking. I think I just want to be me.
Yeah, I'm happy not to be everything. Just being us is plenty.
Ich glaube, ich will kein Gott sein.
Doesn't matter what we call ourselves. It's just another label, and I don't think labels have ever helped us. All they do is cram us into boxes where we don't fit. Just like this cabin.
Ja, dein Name.
I never had one. And do not call me the Shifting Mound. It's too much. But I've always been a princess to you, right? So why don't we stick with that? And as for you, well, hero works for me.
But that's me. You know, I think I like that.
Es war für keinen von uns fair, huh?
No, it really wasn't. But just because it hasn't been fair doesn't mean that it hasn't been worth it. I'm really glad I got to know you.
Schön, dich wiederzusehen.
Right back at you. In a way, it hasn't been much time at all, but it feels like it's been forever since I've seen you. Thanks for coming back.
Bist du dieselbe wie die da draußen?
I don't know. I'm a part of her, I think. But she's seen so much more than we have. Like she's seen everything, right? I don't think I could hold all of that without losing myself. I don't think you could either. The first time we met, I literally beat you to death with my bare hands.
True.
You don't have to apologize to me. But still, I appreciate it. And I hope you can also forgive me.
You know, when she puts it like that...
Do you know where this cabin is? Because I don't. I don't even know what's supposed to be outside other than us.
Nope.
What would even happen if we leave? What would that even mean?
Ich weiß nicht, aber ich wollte schon immer mit dir fortgehen. Ich will nur kein Gott sein. Ich möchte mit dir durch diese Tür gehen, so wie wir sind. Nur du und ich.
I want that too.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you.
Kommst du alleine klar?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be alone for too long anyways. The others are still around here somewhere. I'll find them.
Du gehst voran und die Prinzessin folgt dir. Gemeinsam verlasst ihr den Keller zum letzten Mal. Als du die Treppe hochgehst, durchdringt eine angenehme Stille den Raum, der früher von Gewaltworten und lauten Gedanken erfüllt war. Aber in der Stille liegt eine gewisse Energie, eine Spannung, die Vorfreude auf das Unbekannte. Am oberen Ende der Treppe bleibt die Prinzessin stehen, ihr Blick ist auf die Hüttentür gerichtet. Du kannst die Anspannung sehen, die sie ergreift. Zum ersten Mal in ihrem langen und kurzen Leben ist sie verunsichert. Sie hat keine Aufgabe mehr und das weiß sie und doch existiert sie. Und dann durchquert sie den Raum und tritt an die Tür heran. Du folgst dir selbstbewussten Schritten.
This is it. I have no idea what it's gonna be like out there. Not that I'm scared or anything. It's exciting, really. Anything could happen.
Das Spiel wird einfach zugehen.
And if it's bad, then it won't be bad. Not with you.
Wir wissen beide nicht, was uns da draußen erwartet.
It's something new. But whatever it is, we'll face it. Together.
Okay. Wir sind einfach ins Unbekannte rausgegangen. Genau, der. Damn, was für ein cooles Game. Was für ein cooles Game. Hatte ein paar richtig geile Momente. Das heißt am Ende, wir waren gefangen in einer Endlosschleife. Einfach nur, um die Welt am Leben zu halten, quasi eingefroren, ohne Tod. Aber nur weil es keinen Tod gibt, heißt es nicht, dass es kein Leid gibt. Bester Beweis, wir, die wir uns die ganze Zeit getötet haben. Hallo, Schleife. So wäre meine Interpretation. Dass der Erzähler halt einfach, ja, diese ewige Schleife aufrechterhielt. Und die Tatsache, dass er sagt, okay, die Welt endet, ja, für alle von uns irgendwann. Vielen Dank, dass du unser Spiel gespielt hast. Als Zeichen unserer Dankbarkeit findest du hier die Tracklist für eine besondere Playlist nur für dich. Wait, what? Falls du einen Screenshot aufnehmen möchtest, kannst du die Benutzeroberfläche mit H ausblenden. Unser Lied? Bitte was? Oh Gott, was habe ich getan? Ja, scheinbar eine comfy Tracklist. Das Coole ist ja scheinbar die Tracklist für eine besondere Playlist nur für dich. Da du das Spiel nun das erste Mal abgeschlossen hast, hast du die Galerie freigeschaltet. Du kannst über das Hauptmenü oder das Menü im Spiel unter dem Reiter Erinnerungen auf sie zugreifen. Dort findest du eine Menge Hinweise, die dir helfen, weitere Gefäße und Interaktionen zu entdecken. Viel Spaß bei der Suche. Was für ein mega cooles Game. Wow.